Hello, all of you wonderful beings out there, and welcome to the stream. I am Razim, and this is Data Anomaly Hunter's Scar. Season 2, Episode 1. Same Faces, New Beginnings. This is one of our Digimon tabletop RPG campaigns being run with our custom SCAR system, or Stories and Creatures in Alternate Realities. The system is available for open playtest on our Discord as well as itch.io, so go take a look at it and let us know what you think. But for now, we're going to go ahead and get started with introductions, starting with Zerda.
Welcome everyone to Season 2. I'm Zoda the Fox, and we are having Season 2 of Data Anomaly Hunters. Glad to see us getting forward with the story. Arcus.
Hi. I'm Gimund, and I'm playing, totally Arcus, who is a electric basic, Harrismon. On to the Asher.
Hello everybody, I am Razim, and I am playing as Asher, the Labramon. God of Death, Lord of Evil, and off to the minion. Oh, also Astrolight type.
Hello y'all, I am IDDoThings, or Ido if you prefer, and I'll be playing Haboku, the Necrotic Fire type Belugamon, minion of Asher, and currently in a lot of emotional turmoil. I could do two some events. On to the Jace.
no. Jace is muted.
Oh my goodness. Hello, I'm Drunk Dragoner, and I'm going to be playing Jace, the Black Gillimon X that is Shadow Mythic type, and not currently considering life-altering decisions. Go ahead, Kotora.
Hello everybody, I'm Raharu and I'll be playing Kotora, the mythic fire type Gabumon, who is very concerned for his brother whose internal memory has gotten all scrambled up. But at least he still remembers him. Onto you, Tal.
Hello, I'm Tadirius, and I will be playing Riv, the mythic water type of Vorvamon. He recently did have his memory scrambled and is trying to put the pieces back together, but that's kind of hard when trying to remember anything gets completely unrelated bits of memory and knowledge.
Just ADHD.
Alright, and next up, the recap. Go for it, Zerda.
Okay. Last week, whenever we had the start of the session, we finished up with everyone essentially finishing the capturing of, well, technically capturing of the Flamon who willingly went along with them. They decided to have a celebration. We started with Asher making their way over to the Mushroom Mons, and they went there to restore the arms to the son of the grandfather, who they had originally having the wooden arms, but now actually gave back their real arms. Though they did it so stealthy, they think the ancestors for some reason gave them back their arms. However, the grandpa was a little bit wiser than that, so as the son was toiling away, the grandpa went back to the town to see if they could find Asher to thank them properly. And when Asher got back to the town, by the time he got back, they realized there was a big old festival in honor of everyone, though it was more of an excuse for everyone to essentially have a giant party and a giant festival to celebrate the essentially coming back of the town.
Gimund _ tipped $10. Noited at emit.
Thank you for the tip, Gimund. That's the first tier of the tip goal completed.
And after Asher very narrowly avoided a crowd of praising people thanks to the Icemon keeping the party going, Asher made their way back inside to attempt to take a nap. attempt to take a nap while everyone else was kind of upstairs doing their own thing. Everyone kind of got situated. The owner of the tavern, the new owner of the tavern, the Effectmon, was now responsible for essentially coming up to the rooms. They knocked on the door to Arcus, Haboku, and Riv to go see if they would be willing to accept some company tonight to help them exchange some, or to give them some presents from some different people. So with that, Arcus and Haboku went down. Arcus and Kotora went downstairs to go meet the elder of the Mushroomon, as well as the Bobamon. And the Kotora got a set of always cooling cookware next to a always hot set of essentially travel like containers to kind of help equalize the temperature differences between both Kotora and Riv, to each give them something that would always maintain the opposite temperature. Arcus ended up getting 2 different rings, or 2 different bracelets around their wrists. The bracelets, when chimed together, basically always find each other, and you can use the bracelets to essentially find wherever the other bracelet is, allowing them to, for some reason, if they ever happen to need it, not get separated from someone else close to them. One of them was a icy glacial blue, and the other being an orangish color. Then after that, they went upstairs, and the next round was Asher, Jace, and Haboku. Asher and Jace being way too tired to deal with people, Haboku went downstairs to accept the gifts of them all. They got a bread basket that always fills with bread once a day, but only if you're not watching it. And then they also got, for Haboku themselves, they also got a book that will record anything you tell into it and repeat it back to you whenever you desire. It is a book to help with the memories given to them by the Icemon as a way of showing thanks, and the Shellmon gave the bread. So after that, they got upstairs and they decided to kind of check things out a little bit. But Riv ended up having some icy chills at night, which is unusual for them to actually start being
A
chilled.
generous bestowal.
IDDoThings tipped $10. Reads page from Magic Notebook. Half remember tradit enough.
Thank you so much for that tip, Ido.
Pariton.
That is the second tier of the tip goal completed.
And after that, they went upstairs. They went back to the room. Koto was very concerned about Riv. Riv was still sleeping at the time. And Koto tried warming up Riv with their body, technically body external heat, and it got absorbed into Riv, causing little ice particles to essentially form around them, enhancing their cold instead of actually losing it. And when Riv woke up, realizing they were having a moment, they left the room, though extremely unstealthily as everyone was staring at them. Then the sorry, my cat is above. Then Haboku, Asher, and Jace all figured out that Riv was being weird, so Asher went to follow them. Kotora was too sick, so Jace took Kotora downstairs. Riv ran off into the eastern plains after, with Haboku and Arcus following them. They had a little bit of a cold spell that changed seasons to a wintry season, and they kind of had that explosion and then having some memory issues after. Asher and then Kotora were inside with Jace. Jace's arm started acting on its own volition, writing in some very cryptic, non-concerning messages into the wood, using their own blood as a sort of ink. And Jace said that he needs to cut off his arm. And after Asher trying their best to heal them, they realized that the arm was essentially acting on its own volition and was not something that he could even begin to help, realizing that this was one thing he couldn't fix. And so Jace was committed to cutting off the arm, but in the morning. And then everyone else kind of started rambling back into the rooms. Kotora was extremely hungry, kept eating everything in sight. either due to the nervousness or due to the sapping of energy, but they eventually got their heat back, so they were feeling okay from that. And then everyone kind of recollected a little bit. Riv went back to the room. Haboku saw way too many trauma things, and after everyone kind of experienced their own personal trauma with each other, they finally found themselves too tired to even deal with the world, so they all went to sleep. And Arcus had a little bit of a heart-to-heart with themselves by looking inward, and ended up having a little bit of a head fuzzle, if you will. And now they are hiding upstairs in underneath their covers at the moment, kind of peeking around to the world right now, not really too sure what to do. And Haboku was listening to and reading their book and trying to talk to their book.
Yeah, I don't think you missed anything there. That was a pretty that was a pretty good recap.
Yep.
All of it is recorded. It will remember this later. And with that, we have this start. Everyone finally made their way to actually sleeping, and with everyone kind of wrapping up the story of the whole town, the town's been put to right. The people are swearing to help rebuild the town with all of its efforts. Everyone went to bed feeling a lot more energized, and with the opening of the town again, they can expect profits to come back into the town, and they can advertise themselves as a town free and have a few stories to tell to help bolster the town's reputation as a resistance town instead of just a traveler's town.
Nice.
And we find ourselves, unless there's anything else anyone wants to add, I can start the kind of where we are now in the session, unless anyone wants to do anything beforehand or say anything beforehand.
Well, we're sleeping at the moment, right? So
Yeah, any last minute things that you didn't get to say at the end of last session.
So now
We'll
we get to
start
go
in the
around
morning.
we get to go around the table and discuss who snores. Asher definitely does.
Is Haboku still sleeping on top of Jace?
Yes.
Or are they on their own bed?
No, all three of us are in Jace's bed.
Who's the third person?
Jace himself?
Yeah, I guess.
Well,
Okay.
okay, so there's actually 4 people because there's Jace and then Jace's tail.
There's also Jace's arm as well, which is technically its own kind of person right now.
All
so.
right, so 5.
5.
And I will say, as the dawn begins, enough of the ruckus seems to be kept downstairs. Not too much ruckus that would disturb you guys throughout the night. It does arrive morning, though a little bit earlier than what you would expect. Kotora, you find
Mhm.
yourself almost kind of tossing and turning. It's not, you're able to get a full enough rest to kind of feel some of that exhaustion wipe off. However, as you're kind of turning and tossing a little bit, you kind of wake up feeling an intense amount of hunger pains, as if you went to bed without eating and you didn't get to have anything at all yesterday. It's like hunger pains are beginning to kind of, where you kind of get that little bit of spike in your stomach that tells you that you haven't eaten in a while and that you really should.
Kotora tosses and turns for a while, and he eventually opens his eyes as he begins patting his belly. Ah, mm, mm. I'm hungry. Kotora is going to like stand up. Is going to look back at Riv, who is probably still sleeping because of all the exhaustion.
Oh, definitely sleeping.
Yeah, and he is going to like moves move slowly out of the room, trying to not make any noises so that it doesn't disturb anybody. Gonna try to head to the kitchen.
Arcus, do you think you would be a light sleeper, or do you think do you think your character right now would be a light sleeper?
Yes.
Go ahead and give me August, give me a perception, and Kotora, give me that subterfuge.
Okay.
See how the first rolls of the sessions are gonna go.
I guess I'll go body instinct subterfuge.
Yeah.
And sewing the one.
5.
Koto, I wish you the best of luck with your subterfuge roll.
Yeah.
It should be 5 dice.
No, it's 6.
Oh, yep, 6. Distinct at 6.
Oh.
Well,
God
now.
dang.
Well, speak of 6.
You August, your character kind of tosses a little bit from some noise, but by the time you notice anything around you, the door is already long shut, and as far as you can tell, the room seems perfectly normal. You kind of wake up to the sound of the door closing, but you don't recognize it as a door. You just kind of realize that the room around you you kind of wake up enough, but you don't see anything that would be a reason for waking up. You figured it must have just been something that planked in the room or outside.
It must have been the wind.
It must have been the wind. Koto, you go and make your way downstairs, very, very, very sneakily, as you make your way downstairs, and you see what looks to be the Effectmon themselves seems to be kind of setting up some things for the day. All of the chairs are still kind of up on the table themselves, as you see kind of a pile of a little bit of dust and dirt that seems to be kind of in one corner with a pan next to it. It seems like most of the morning cleaning from last night seems to be almost wrapping up a little bit, and the Effectmon seems to be running a little bit in and out of the kitchen, various things in their hands.
Kotora is going to approach the Effectman and just wave at her. Hey there.
Well, hi there, darling. Welcome on, welcome on to the land of the living. She says as she it seems to be kind of giving a small chuckle to herself as she looks you up and down real fast. Yeah, the mighty fine sleep up there.
Yeah, we were all very exhausted after everything that happened yesterday. I imagine so were you.
Yeah, she kind of she kind of looks you up and down. I feel like you should have had a little bit more sleep than that. It's still early. It's still early break. I've had enough time sitting around doing nothing. It's about time I start getting around and start doing something, you know. But it is still. She kind of looks around. It's still pretty early. What are you doing up?
I don't usually wake up this early, I don't think, but my stomach is bothering me. I kind of feel hungry.
Hmm.
I was hoping I can come and eat something to fix that up. Maybe
I think
maybe it's
she kind of says, "Oh, I think my husband was telling me something about you being a good cook and all. Well, I'm kind of busy cleaning up here, but if you promise not to make too much of a mess, I can let you have free range of the kitchen for a while. I'll be in and out, of course, but if you need any more directions, he says that you pretty well whenever you were doing all the cooking before you guys saved me, so I'd be happy to let you have free reign over there. Just let me know what you take so I know how to restock it later.
Kotora nods. Sounds good. Thank you.
Oh, thing, and you'll see as she kind of you see her unlock the hatch that is the door that swings inwards towards the kitchen. She kind of sends you kind of unlocking a little hatch with a little key. There you go. Now you have free range to get in there. Like I said, anyone who's willing to put their life on the line for me, the least I can do is provide you some breakfast. I know you were eating pretty late last night too. It must have been all that energy you took up fighting.
Yeah, and something else happened that kind of took a wind out of me. I was feeling sick for a moment, but I'm feeling better now. Except for actually feeling like I'm hungry at the moment right now. Maybe I'm still a bit sick.
You go on in there, get yourself some food, and we'll see what we can see what you can make up in there. And
Kotora
she'll
nods.
kind of go on and do her own, and she'll start going on and doing her own thing.
Okay. And Kotora is going to go ahead, and I'm going to make a cooking roll.
Go ahead.
That's 10, and that's 10 with a guaranteed success. Oh wait, so that's 9 actually, because I remove 1 die from it.
Yeah.
Oh damn.
Why are your cooking rolls so cursed when you're so good at it?
Oh no.
I mean, at least that's a 1. Maybe the hunger is making me unconcentrated right now.
Or you're just making something that you find palatable right now. It won't be good, but you'll eat it.
Yeah,
You're just like
just
eating raw yeast.
yeah, just so hungry at the moment that I just shoving something in my mouth real quick just to satiate the hunger before I actually cook something.
He's just grabbing handfuls of flour and just trying to shove it in his mouth.
Oh no, he found the Wonder Meal bars.
He's cooking the Wonder Meal bars at the moment. He's found out how to recreate them from the mushroom on.
I am cooking them with my mouth with my internal heat.
Yeah. As you seem to be cooking, because it's gonna take a little bit of time. You are very hungry, but also very determined to cook food. But as any good food
That's
is
all,
requiring
folks.
cooking, as any good food requires a decent amount of cooking, it'll take you a little bit to do that. As you're doing that, Arcus, your character is waking up, and as you kind of do that, you're wrapping around those blankets around yourself. You're trying to look around. You can tell that Kotora seems to be gone as you're kind of looking around the room, and you also see a Vorvimon that seems to be knocked the past out. They are completely gone.
He is still trying to be quiet because he does not know how asleep they are. Doesn't want to deal with that.
Here, I'll go ahead and roll and see just how asleep he is.
Yeah, give it that, and then give us subterfuge because you're going to try sneaking around a little bit. It's time for you to do a subterfuge.
Wait, who is making the subterfuge?
Augus's character.
Ah.
People just really want to be stealthy today. People are just really wanting to be stealthy.
Sure, for literally no reason in particular whatsoever at all. Anyways,
Let's just see, if there's always a chance.
there's always the chance. I'm gonna make this difficulty 8 just due to the amount of deep in the sleep.
The
Understandable.
deep sleep.
The deep of sleep. Nope.
No. As you get up, August, your character ends up getting up all kind of wrapped up. The blanket kind of seems to, you almost kind of trip on the blanket a little bit for a second, but catch yourself as the blanket is a very, very long blanket, but you're able to make it to the door just fine as you are heading out of the door. You see a long hallway going up and down, and several doors seem to be on to the left and right. You do hear snoring coming from one of the doors to your right, up the hallway, just one room up. You hear what sounds to be snoring from that room.
He's still gonna try and be as quiet as he can.
Where are you gonna go?
Probably downstairs.
Through the window or through the stairs?
Wow.
Mao.
Window is always an option for exits.
True.
You can go down the stairs, but as you make your way downstairs, the Effectmon going in and out would 100% see you, as they are in tune to their tavern. They are hyper vigilant of what's going on at the moment, and they do see you, August, as your character is essentially going down in the covers, and they also recognize the covers. It is their own covers of their own place, as they kind of look and says, "Oh, August, darling, what you doing up? Oh, you guys
Oh
must be
boy.
early wakers."
He jumps. And oh boy. What should I roll for like composure so he doesn't like turn this blanket into a pincushion?
Give me a mind, instinct, and presence as you're trying to compose yourself. Mind, instinct, presence.
Oh, this might be bad. Okay.
Roll one.
Could be worse.
As you kind of jump, you kind of fling the you try to, as you kind of jump, the blanket falls back on you, but it kind of catches on your back quills a little bit, not being used to having the back quills and having stuff on top of them. You kind of try to shake it off a little bit, but it seems to kind of get, it's not tearing up the blanket, but it's kind of the thing where it's like it's like kind of like cords being wrapped around, like something as it seems to be kind of going in and out. He says, "Oh, darling, let me," and you see her coming over to you. "Let me get that blanket off you." And you see her coming over, and she kind of goes over to you kind of quickly as she sits down, whatever she's doing, and says,
He's
"Here,
gonna
let me get
try
this
and
blanket off."
move away. Like, back up.
She kind of says, "Oh, I'm sorry, darling. Did you have a fright while you were asleep? Did you have a bit of a fright?" Just
staring.
A generous
Just-
bestowal.
oh, hold on.
Raharu 95 tipped $10. Traditon.
Thank you for the tip, Raharu. That is the third tier of the tip goal completed. Thank you, everyone. On to the last tier.
You hear her say, Kotora, dear." You see her kind of yelling from the back room. "I think one of your buddies had a fright over here."
Kotora. What kind of role should I make for Kotora to actually hear her? Because at the moment I think he's very much just concentrated on the food at the moment.
Just give me a basic, just mind perception.
Okay.
All you have really is just a door between you and them. As she kind of says, "Kotora, I think your friend had a little bit of a fright while they were asleep. I'm just kind of looking. I think they might be a little bit scared."
Okay, yeah,
She goes,
I just gotta say that Kotora actually hear hers then. See
Yeah.
if it's just a door.
"Yeah, it's just a door."
Yeah. Kotora comes out of the kitchen for a moment. He's just like numbing on some meat that it doesn't seem like it was actually cooked all that properly, but he's still numbing on it. Arcus, what's up?
Arcus is now just looking between and is trying to slowly distance himself from the two people.
Arcus, Kotora is tilting his head. What's wrong, Arcus? Why are you stepping back? Do you had a nightmare?
The blanket seems to be shaking.
Poor Dollar must have had a fight. I know y'all had a fight yesterday, and, well, I'm not sure if you guys have ever actually had to kill someone before. They might be having a little bit of memories from that. I don't want to get too close to them in case they think we're one of the people that were fighting them. Maybe they're thinking that we're some of that. I've seen some awful fights come into town every now and then from people. They say they look at other people and it's like they're seeing their past enemies. I worry for them a little bit.
Kotora is gonna look at his piece of meat at the moment and look back at Arcus. Then he's gonna take another bite. This is improper for him. Give me a moment. Kotora is gonna head back into the kitchen to prepare something real quick.
I just imagine that the piece of meat is the new meat-flavored variety of Wonder Meal bars.
the Wonder Meatballs.
Now introducing our all-new flavor, Meat Void.
Don't give Ari too many ideas.
Also, Haboku, I want you to give me a percentile die.
Okay.
You have a strange sensation. You're not really too sure. It's a sensation you haven't really felt before, but you feel like it's almost like something around you seems to be wrong, as it almost kind of jolts you awake a second. You get this intense feeling that something bad is going to happen soon, and you're not really too sure what, but you just get this weird, almost like premonition feeling that something is out of place or something isn't right. And you don't really know what it is, and you kind of think back to maybe what when the last time you maybe have had this feeling, because it's a new feeling to you. And you kind of remember a similar feeling that happened yesterday, right before Riv had their explosion, per se. And you just have this weird sensation over your body that something isn't right. But as you look around on top of Jason with Asher next to you, everything seems to be perfectly fine around you. But something seems to be off, and it doesn't seem to be here. But you can't really put your finger or claw on it.
Haboku, especially after the events of yesterday, Haboku is probably going to be on high alert again. What would I need to roll for him to try to hone in on where he's feeling it from?
Give me a soul empathetic. I'll go with
Empathetic is a pathetic form
that's not
of
empathetic.
empathy.
That's yes, that is a soul empath. Is that
Empathic.
Empathic. Okay, that's I've been trying to read this word. Give me a soul empathic perception.
Also, I'm gonna make another cooking roll real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, the moment the moment Haboku detects thing wrong,
You got a 50.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Have you tried just realizing that there's something wrong with one of your friends?
God dang, Haboku.
Oh, and now Kotora is also deciding to make actual food for other people. Nice.
Something wrong, and nobody is getting the medic.
Haboku. Let me get to Haboku's roll first, because god dang, what even is that?
That is a 13. I mean,
13 and 11. Let's go.
Your
Kotora, actually,
empathy scales is off the charts.
You almost doubled your dice roll, dude.
Yeah.
Almost double.
I think that matches one of my best rolls because I remember I also got 13 on 7 before. Shit's wild.
Haboku, as you realize that for somehow you're not really too sure, but something deep inside of you feels like it is telling you that something around is in danger, but it's not yet to happen. You feel like something around you is going to happen and it's going to be very dangerous, and you feel a sense of protection deep down inside. And it is essentially kind of like a form of premonition that is a feeling inside you. And it is very clear now. Like, it is a very clear feeling now.
something that will happen. And just as to be sure.
It feels like an internal instinct of yours has awakened in a way.
Haboku will instinctively look around one more time. And he'll probably hop off the bed head that he was asleep on. Is there a window nearby?
Not in this room specifically. There isn't. This room that seems to be facing to the left and right. There seems to be rooms, and so the room itself does not have any rooms or to have any windows.
Well, then he'll probably momentarily just peek outside the door, or before, much like he had done, and when he was as in the area with the Mushmon, and
Mhm.
he'll momentarily just sit it down and just stare and wait.
You feel the danger still seems to be rampant in your like kind of internally. You feel that there's this strong sense of just danger to something around you, but you just don't see what it is yet.
And that's what he's more or less trying to pinpoint. He's is going to be a high alert, but trying to do. Not he's not really sure what he's doing, but a part of him is trying to be ready for it.
Yeah. And as you're doing that, Kotora, you cook the best food of your life. What is your best dish you think you can make right now? Just give me a spitball of it, just the best dish you can think of right now.
I get. I'm think with the weird with the last thing that Kotora was saying. I think just some very fancy meat, and very nicely done cooked meat.
Mhm.
But he just cooked like a lot of it, and a lot of it well made. And he came back with he came back with to he came back to the cowering Arcus and just tried like shoving a plate closer to him.
As it's a little weird. Like you take 2 steps forward. You ultimately get to him. It's just you take 2 steps towards him, he takes like 1 step back.
Hey, Arcus, you don't have to be afraid. Come on, you maybe some food will help you out.
Yeah, Arcus, it's us. I'm the one you saved yesterday, remember? And this is Kotora, your friend.
He looks between them.
Kotora is just waving. Then he begins rubbing his belly as the food eggs come back to him.
Hey,
Mhm.
Zerda, would you
Yeah.
say Kotora is close enough to see his
Yeah,
eyes now through the blanket?
yeah. They're trying to get to you. They were intently staring at you. Their intention is to be looking at you. So yes.
Okay. So, Kotora, as you're approaching Arcus, you notice two things.
Mhm.
One, you know for sure that both of his eyes are normally green. Right now, his right eye is a red color, and the second thing is around his right eye is a glacial blue marking.
Kotora blinks as he looks at that. Huh? Arcus? That's what happened there? Why is one of your eyes red? And what's up? What's up with the snowy places in your fur? Are you getting a winter coat right now?
Who are you?
Kotora blinks. I'm Kotora. You
How do you know Arcus?
you are I I know Arcus because you're Arcus. Uh, Arcus?
Where are we?
Kotora is looking at the effect mon. Um, I think I think Arcus is having the same problem that my brother is having at the moment. His memories are scrambled, I think.
I'm Volker.
Huh? You're what?
He said his name is Volker.
Olgar?
Oh, I put the wrong one in. Shoot. Put the wrong spelling one in.
Oh,
You can fix that with a second. It's okay. Yeah, Folker's a very nice name, and like I said, and this is Kotora, and she kind of looks around a little bit. This is Kotora, remember? And then she points to herself. I'm Boonri. Boonri. I don't think we ever actually got to exchange names, but Folker's a very nice name. She kind of looks over. I still think he might be having one of those posts. I think he seems to be having like some kind of episode after yesterday. I think he might be trying to think he's
No.
someone else.
what was that?
No.
Okay, then.
Arcus is my brother.
Kotora is rubbing the back of his head. Arcus is your brother, Fulgur? And Fulgur is your name?
Yeah.
But you've been calling
He's
yourself...
he looks like he's shaking more as the time goes on.
Kotora...
You have-
Kot-
the effect one kind of points over. I can go see if maybe if he sees more familiar faces, he might remember who he is a little bit. I think he might be trying to revert to maybe something he was in the past or something. I can go see if some of the others might be able to help jog his memory a little bit. Do you think that'd be
Maybe.
good?
Please,
Maybe.
no more people here, please. No more people.
At the same time, though, maybe he's just having memory issues. I remember my brother actually kind of scanning him, and he seems to have something missing from his head, but it wasn't like it wasn't something that he could like scan all the way through. So we're not entirely sure what is going on.
Yeah, because Arcus says glitch data affecting him?
Oh, I know that. Oh, yes, yes. Yeah, we had a lot of people in town that were affected by that glitchy stuff. I think your little Asher, yeah, I think he was able to help everyone in town. I won't bring in too many people, but I can at least get him. He might be able to help fix some of this. He might have some of your data. Maybe you lost something during the fight. I
No,
can go get him real fast.
not here, not here. Please no. As Folker looks like he's trying to head towards the door outside.
She kind of looks. Koto, if he's having an episode, I don't want him leaving the tavern. He might end up getting wandering off and get hurt somewhere.
Yeah, no, Folger, please don't go. Please.
You kind of
you-
see
If
you
you
see
if you
the
don't
Effectmon go upstairs.
if you don't want more people to be here, that's fine. But please don't go wandering off. We really need to see what is going on at the moment, because I've known you as Arcus for a bit now. So I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure how to explain this, but you you can at least trust me. I'm not I'm not here to harm you.
Give me a percentile die, Koto.
Okay. 33.
Y'all like rolling in the 30s.
Another one, 34. You know what's funnier than 34? 33. Koto, you begin to feel kind of like you kind of double over a second from like the hunger pains. They seem to subside for now, but there seems to you almost feel like your aura seems to be increasing a little bit as you kind of almost even Fulgur themselves would even be able to feel almost like right now it feels more like a gentle warmth coming from Kotora, but it almost feels like I said it seems like the room is just a little bit warmer. That kind of morning chill that seems to be about the town seems to kind of wash away as you sense a warm, almost very warm sensation coming around Koto, as if the area around you feels just a little bit more comfortably warm.
Oh boy.
Lar, I'm still feeling hungry. Hey, why didn't? How about?
As the heat increases, he doesn't go outside, but he's definitely like staying away from Kotora now.
Haboku. I'll go on.
Kotora is tilting his head and just he isn't exactly aware why Folger just began getting away from him further, but he has just been seeing him cowering off at the moment, so he's just kind of expecting this. Yeah, just stay there for a moment. I need to get something to put in my mouth. I've already cooked a few things. Just please stay here.
You do have the uneaten food that Fulgur did not take after you pushed the plate closer to him, and that's just a few feet away from you.
Yeah, I guess. Well, he already cooked a few more in the kitchen. If he wants to give another to Folger, he can just get one of those. Yeah, I guess Kotra will go ahead and eat that.
Meanwhile, Haboku, you see the Effectmon innkeeper come up from upstairs, and she's looking down the hallway, and she kind of spots you kind of in the hallway. Oh, Haboku, hello. You kind of see her. She rushes over to you a little bit. I see you awake as well. And she kind of looks in the room. Is Asher awake?
Haboku will, for one sense, do a symmetrical blink, rather than asymmetrical. I'll then glance in her direction. Is something the matter?
I think your friend Arcus is having some sort of episode after yesterday's fight. I think something's gone in his head, and he's having a lot of doubts right now. I think he's reverting maybe back to like a past memory or something. I think he's having an episode. I've seen it from some of the adventurers before. I'm not sure if it was something, if he got hurt during the fight that you guys used to save me. I'm wondering, I think he's maybe reverting to something he used to, like a memory or something, or he's thinking he's somewhere else right now. He's acting really strange down there.
Yeah, Haboku does not look happy at hearing that. And he's already on edge, though. Oh, he will still. Turn the back to the bed to their room and nod for the Effectmon to enter.
You see as she kind of glides past you. Don't get too close to him. I think he's seeing us as the enemy right now. I think he's having visions of us as monsters or something. So don't get too close to him. And she says as she goes over and she kind of like does a little like ruffle on like Asher a little bit. Says, Asher, hey, buddy, hero.
Yes. Oh. Uh.
And says she leans in close. I think one of your friends are having an episode or something, like a mental episode or something. I think they're having some sort of problem.
Meanwhile, Jace, the bed.
Well, Asher's gonna get up then and quickly head out. Who
Don't
is
get
it?
too
Where
close
is
to him.
he?
She kind of points. Don't get too close to him. But Arcus, I think, is having some sort of episode. I think he's reverting back to some other memory. I think he's having some concussion after yesterday's fight.
Okay, where is he?
He's downstairs. I asked Kotora to make sure he
He's
didn't leave
rushing
the
out.
inn. Thank you.
I'm assuming
And
Jace
Haboku,
is awake now.
yeah, after that commotion, you would kind of, you would, especially like Asher jumping off of you suddenly, like you would kind of like wake up from that.
The following. All right. All
D-
right.
don't get too close to him. I don't know if all of you need to crowd around him at once, but I think he's having some sort of episode or something. If you could help him, I don't
Can
know him very much.
Can I have a cup of coffee?
Certainly. I'll get that started while you guys see if you can't help him. I don't recommend letting him leave the inn right now. I don't want him wandering off like that, especially if he's having memory flashbacks or something.
I'll let Asher handle it. I'll just hang up here.
Okay, I'll bring you some coffee, and then she'll kind of get past in. Haboku, are you following Asher?
Haboku will actually stay up on the second floor with Jace.
Okay. And she'll go downstairs as Asher. You've already made your way downstairs.
Okay. So. And I assume he can see Arcus.
Yeah, you would see Kotora kind of eating some food, kind of eating some food off a plate while kind of trying to talk to Arcus, as they seem to be kind of a little bit locked in very soft conversation at the moment, not making any sudden moves on either end.
Okay, he is going to approach. So, what seems to be going on?
Goes to look at Asher and he just tries to explain. I don't know. I think Arcus's glitch is acting up or something. At the moment, he's calling himself vulgar and claiming that Arcus is his brother. And at the moment, he's cowering a lot. He doesn't want to be approached. I'm not entirely sure how to go about this.
Well, in that case, why don't you go and back up a bit? How long has this been going on?
As far as I know, this morning. He was fine yesterday. Yeah, my guess Kotora will back off and go back into the kitchen to eat some more.
Is it?
So,
Volker sees Asher approaching. He's backing up.
oh no, Asher isn't approaching.
Okay.
You do sense the air seems to be cooler now that Kotora leaves, and you kind of see Kotora as well as the Effectmon both kind of enter the kitchen around the same time. And the air almost seems to be a chill, like it was the same temperature as it was before, but that sudden warmth aura that seems to leaves it feeling chillier than it was whenever you first started.
So, Fulgur, is it?
He's just staring.
Can we talk?
Again, he's just staring, shaking.
Okay. Well, I am the team medic. I've got some abilities with healing and such. I am here to help, but I do kind of need you to talk to me.
Just seems to be like frozen in place.
Asher's just gonna sit. I'm afraid I'm not going anywhere. So you might as well, open up at least a little. What's going on?
I'm Volker.
It's nice to meet you, Fulgur. I'm Ather.
Just continues staring.
You see the Effectmon quickly bring some rattling of some coffee tin as you see an entire pot of coffee that seems to just be right behind you guys. Folger, you see a whole coffee pot as well as two coffee mugs on a silver platter that the Effectmon seems to be going upstairs with.
Would you like to go somewhere a little quieter than the common room here at least?
He actually nods his head.
Okay. Well then come with me this way. We'll go up to my room.
He's gonna follow, but definitely from a distance.
Asher will lead the way up the stairs and kind of gesture for everybody to back away from the room.
Chase just sitting on the bed goes, I don't need it. All right. Pops up.
Haboku's
Goes and
still
stands by
sitting.
Haboku.
Haboku's still sitting outside.
Let's get you fitted downstairs, Jace and Haboku. Let's get you fitted with some food.
Just
No,
stand
just wanna be
down.
making some
Just
food.
go to the end of the hallway for now.
Thumbs up.
We're kind of on the stairs here.
Okay, and see her. She goes over and sets the silver platter of coffee down on the table at the end of the long hallway.
Okay, when everybody's up, he's gonna go in and go up. Stand a good distance away from the door and gesture for Fulgur to go in.
Like how Arcus, however, he bolts in and goes basically to the end of the room.
Asher will go in and close the door. He's
Now
still
Jace walks
keeping
down the
his
stairs.
distance. So, Like I said, it's nice to meet you, Folger. I'm Mather. I'm good friends with your brother. You cut out there.
You said, uh-huh. In like a anxious tone.
So what seems to be the matter? I can see you don't want to be around too many people. That's fair. Especially right now, all the townsfolk are really annoyingly clingy.
Great. Great. Wonderful.
What was that?
Just great.
Oh, don't worry. They're not gonna come in here. I'll make sure of it.
Your audio is glitching a little.
No.
Is it?
I didn't hear
I'm
anything.
actually having
then
trouble
you-
hearing you, Gimund.
Yeah, I'm hearing Zim all right.
I'll try getting the mic a little bit closer to your face where you're doing more like more quieter tones.
I think it was a hiccup.
Well, either way, Asher just said that he will make sure nobody comes in and bothers us.
Okay.
So, what, do you and Arcus, share the same body or something?
This gets a different reaction. He suddenly kind of looks sad.
I can't do anything to help if you don't talk to me.
Oh no.
What's up?
You I just saw Gimund disconnected.
Oh no.
I didn't. He's still in here.
Well,
And,
on the FG.
Oh, my
No.
disconnect from Fantasy Grounds.
Yeah, so are you there, Gimund?
I think Gimund's having internet issues.
Yeah. Well, we can move to another
well-
scene for now then.
Well, that is going on. Haboku, as you are getting this sense of almost premonition of danger, especially everything being seemingly very fine. You get a strange sense as it almost feels like something seems to be like your body seems to be heating up, not on the outside, but almost internally. You're not sure if it's an internal rage or your emotions or this feeling protection, but you feel almost like you feel warm really deep down inside, and you feel it's connected to the danger in a way you can't really explain at the moment. It just feels like something is almost burning, and you don't really know how to describe it. It feels like the danger and the burning are connected in some way.
Oh.
There we go.
So-
There.
As that feeling and grows of him, Haboku will occasionally, a little bit slowly, begin and to feel around his chest a bit more. maybe occasionally allowing one of his claws to reach around just a bit under his hood at where his core once was. It's just trying to understand what he's feeling and why he's feeling it.
Kotora, give me a percentile die.
Any more?
As you are making this food, you feel the aura of heat beginning to increase more and more as the room around you it is so hot that the burner that seems to usually ignite whenever it has like a little spark suddenly kind of flames up a little bit, and it almost seems like the burner just flashed on for a second as if the fire itself seems to be exuding out, and you get startled by it as well, and you start realizing that some of the things around you almost like there's a sizzling sensation in your ears that you look around and nothing seems to be exactly on fire, but it's almost like hearing a sizzling in your ears that's kind of almost causing you to just almost like it's like a buzzing, but instead it's a sizzling in your ears.
Welcome back, Gimund.
Welcome back.
Hey.
Kotora, the moment that sizzling begins, he just drops the latest piece of meat that he was in the middle of eating, and he's just because, like, he begins putting his he put his hands on the fake ears of his coats as if he was trying to cover them. What is that? Yeah. Mm. Why did that suddenly just ignite? What's going on? Mm.
The sizzling in your ears seems to almost be increasing in volume a little bit as you look around, and it seems to almost just be like this sizzling that seems to be around you more and more. It's slightly increasing in pitch a little bit too.
Kotora just begins shivering as something is dawning on him. Oh. Wait. By the way, is he still feeling hungry?
Yes.
Kotora is whatchamacallit. He feels at the moment he isn't entirely sure what's going on, but he feels like he shouldn't be inside this location at the moment. So he's going to gather up the remaining stuff that he cooked, and he's going to get out of there.
As you begin to, and you close the door behind you, I'm assuming, in the out of the kitchen.
Yeah.
As you kind of close that door, Haboku, you being right by the window, it almost sounds like it would almost be faint to anyone else as Jace and the Effectmon are essentially sharing a cup of coffee on this little table that's in front of this window. And for some reason, your ears just almost instantly perk up. And for some reason, you've never been able to hear this well before, but you hear the sound of a door shut and it's a familiar door that you've heard before, as you know that because especially the door to the back of the inn is a lot heavier than the other doors, as it's more reinforced. As you kind of you look out at the window, and you just hear this door that seems to be closing on the distance, and you feel almost that sense of fire that seems to be inside of you more and more, and it seems to almost be directing you out the window.
Can Haboku look out the window and see?
Oh, certainly. As you were looking out the window, you're essentially looking down an alley, and you see a faint, as you're kind of looking down, you see almost that faint cloak of red that you've come to be familiar with your teammate, as you realize the cloak of red seems to be leaving the inn.
Haboku is booking it at outside, downstairs and outside.
No one uses the window.
He's not Haboku's not smart, but I don't think jumping out of the window would be even as the party tank would be wise.
I mean, it's just the second floor. It's not that bad.
It's not that far. You could make a calculated leap if you really wanted to, but you can make your way.
Yeah,
But here's the other thing: he saw Jace go downstairs.
yeah. I don't think Haboku calculates.
Boku is the most athletic person in the group, but they're very tanky. But no, you make your way down. Jace, you would see Haboku like quickly, like in a almost sprint, running past you guys.
Jace just blinks and goes, Haboku, where the heck are you going?
Oh, I left.
Who left?
Kotora. Something's
Hold
wrong.
up. Let's go. He'll stand up and be ready to follow, looking tired already.
Also, I just had to put something in Data Anomaly Hunter chat.
I swear Asher is going to get some straps and strap everybody in this party down, because apparently none of them are willing to go to the freaking medic when they've got a problem.
We gotta stop him from leaving first.
No, I'm talking about him not coming to Asher.
Lol.
I would say also with enough time, Viv, you would also just, in general, you would just be like awake enough, just especially with all the cluttering and everything around at this point, especially with Haboku running directly down the hallway. I would say that you would at least wake up enough to be able to be cognizant of your surroundings.
All right, cool. He's still going to partially be avoiding people just out of a, oh no, how do I get out of this one? Do you realize he
Asher?
said a thing?
Kotora might be about to explode, but so is Asher when he finds out about all this.
Viv, does your character stay in bed, or are they going to try going their own path?
Oh no, he's staying in bed right now. He's just he is having you know the whole I am currently reconsidering my life choices right now. Because he accidentally told his brother one of the very few things he absolutely didn't want to tell his brother.
I can say that you can at least pull out your data pad and start trying to comb through some of the stuff in the data pad if you want to be doing that to see.
Yeah,
what
he'll be doing something useful. Yeah,
okay,
he can do something useful.
I'll give you I'll give you like a check whenever we come back to you, and I'll give you a check on the data pad to see kind of stuff you find out from that. We'll go back. Arcus, Fulgur, I'll let you continue the scene with Asher now, as Jace and Haboku are rapidly running out of the building after Kotora, who is almost a little bit spittily, but kind of jauntily going off into the woods, essentially.
Well, Asher was just asking Fulgur, hey, gotta talk to me or else nothing's gonna happen here.
So, what do you want?
I want to help. You seem scared, and worried about something, and I can't do anything unless you're gonna open up and tell me what's going on in your head. What happened with you and Arcus?
Oh boy.
Oh,
Just
well,
suddenly looks really sad.
I understand that whatever happened may be tragic or hurtful, but keeping it bottled up is not going to do you any good. It's not going to help you, it's not going to help Arcus. I'm not going to judge you. I just want to help.
I'm a passenger.
So you're both in there?
Uh-huh.
Was this always the case?
No.
Then how did it happen?
Wasn't supposed to be like this.
Asher's just looking at you, waiting for more.
My body was being eaten away. Arcus found a way to preserve my core. But something happened. Now, this.
So he tried to draw you, he tried to save you and wound up drawing you into himself?
Uh-huh.
Does he know about this?
He can't. Not that I don't want him to. He literally can't.
What do you mean?
Well, what do you know about Arcus so far?
I know he's definitely very hyperactive. Tends to run ahead without thinking. He's good in a fight for sure.
What do you know about his glitch then?
I'm afraid I don't know much because I haven't had time yet to do so, but I was planning on sitting down with everybody and getting that information today.
I will say, real quick reminder that Riv did take a look at some stuff, and Asher does know the stuff that Riv found out because Riv told him that already.
Okay, remind me out of character then.
All of the limbs are 2 times as dense with data. The torso is at least 3 times as dense with data, and there's a pocket of glitch data directly next to where his memories are.
Okay. In that case, Asher will start listing that off as well.
You're half there then.
So the denseness is your former body?
More so the data links from my core interacting with Arcus's body, allowing me to use it occasionally.
So I'm guessing that he's just incapable of remembering you? Even if we told him?
He does a slow nod.
I'm sure that hurts, doesn't it?
Just looks down at the ground.
Can I come over?
Sure.
Asher's going to deliberately but slowly go over and sit next to Folger. How long has it been like this?
I don't really know how long it's been since I was last out, so... Last I remember, we were waiting in Kinzo for the next training orientation day.
He nods. Well, it's been a few days since then.
Wait, few days? That means... It looks like he's thinking. 2 or 3 months?
I don't understand what you mean.
It's been about 2 to 4 weeks since I was last out.
But you said that you were aware of the training.
I think I fell asleep, because back then I was still aware of what Arcus was doing when even he was in control. And I occasionally got control too.
Well, I can assure you that you and Arcus both have friends here. We're gonna watch your backs.
Yeah.
Do you know anything about what he tried to do to save you?
Not much. He... We were... He just said he found a artifact that could preserve anything. So we went into the ruins we were going to explore. And... well... He tested it, and sure enough, it was able to preserve things. Then we... As he, grips his chest. He, put my core inside it, but something must have happened during that. I'm pretty sure this wasn't supposed to happen.
I definitely don't think it was. My best guess is somebody must have stolen some data from him during the process. But that is just a theory I've got right now. Definitely not enough information yet.
I will say the reason he was trying to do all that was because glitch data was eating away at my body. By the time he saw me, I had lost a leg. I think that... And he just goes sort of silent, looking down.
May I do a scan? I can see data and separate things out, and it might help give me some more information on this.
Sure.
Okay. It shouldn't hurt, but it might be a little weird, and probably best don't try to look at yourself while it's happening. Okay?
Okay.
He is going to use his defrag refrag to try and scan and see what he can make out of the data.
I'll say for this one, add your medicine to the check. For things like this, I'm gonna have you add your just the medicine dice to the check. Nothing else, just the medicine dice.
So the defrag refrag plus medicine?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
It is, at least for things like this specifically.
I'm okay with this. There it is.
Maybe it'll be as balanced as Kotora's cooking roll. Either a 15 or a 0.
Oh, gee.
I'm gonna have to learn how to do that like command thing y'all guys do with the.
It's in Fantasy Ground explanation.
Wow.
There's the 0.
I'm gonna willpower that.
I like how there's like one of each number except the 6.
Oh,
Hey.
That's
Hey.
better.
much better, and that is going to be 5 successes, Volga, which we did discuss.
Yee.
I don't know. I'm tempted to do body boost too.
You're good. 5 is the max you can actually roll on this at the moment. You
Oh,
actually
wow.
just hit the threshold.
Also, you're not supposed to tell him that before he decides whether or not to use boosters.
Yeah.
This is more of it. Consider it just a gift. It's more of a gift.
Fair enough. Oh, right. Exhaustion's over there. Okay. Well, either way, I guess I'm sticking with the 5.
Do you want me to describe it, or you, Gimund?
How about you, and I'll fill in some details.
Yeah. So 5 with that, because I know I was talking with him about what would be like a good roll for it. 5 was actually the best option. As you begin to look into their core, essentially, you're able to kind of get past a lot of the initial barriers towards the data around them. You do notice the density that Riv was describing to you earlier, but as you're now looking a little bit deeper, especially with the guidance that we've already gave you, it allows you to kind of navigate around what was already known, and you're more so searching for that unknown portion. And as you're seeing it, you look what seems to be 2 different Digimon cores that seem to be locked in some sort of almost. It looks like some sort of almost dice of some sort. It's what looks to be some sort of 10-sided dice with both cores inside of it, and they seem to be stable enough inside of there, but it almost seems to be, as you're looking, you see what looks to be like scrambling around it, like stuff is trying to tear around that data. Like you kind of see like the strands of mismatched and unplaced data, but inside this dice seems to be these 2 cores that keep themselves essentially almost touching, but not completely. There's just enough space that you can kind of almost sense between them as you're kind of viewing deep into their cores. And it is essentially, you almost see what feels like the data of Arcus seems to be locked away in one of the cores, and the other core seems to almost be void in a sense. It seems to be like you can tell it is a new type of data you haven't seen before, as in you haven't seen like Fulgus data before, but it seems to be attached to the other core inside there. But it seems to be more loose, as if part of that core data is slowly leaking out of the dice itself, and that is how you're kind of seeing as it. You're probably guessing that that's the representation as of the moment. But it seems like some kind of artifact of some sort is holding them together inside itself.
Did you have more to add, Gimund?
Our community grows.
I would say the core that looks more new to you is probably slightly brighter, indicating more activity. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Except for you probably do notice that there's Folker's core, the data links around it don't seem to be touching the glitched portion of the memory core.
So, repeat that last one, please.
Folker's data links are not touching the glitched memory core. Looks like something else is, though.
Asher is going to release the power and let Fulgur return to normal. Well, I can say one thing for certain. You're definitely not the cause of his memory issues.
That's good.
However, I think I see why you're not really remembering or coming out as much anymore.
Why?
Your data seems to be leaking out. I could try and... I don't know how that artifact works. I see it in there. I could try and draw your data and store it. I might even have enough data to make you a new body to restore what you're missing, but you definitely wouldn't be as you were because I'd be using data from someone else. But again, I don't know how that might interact with the with your actual with the artifact.
You think you can patch the hole?
I could definitely try.
Better than nothing, because my body is probably not salvageable.
Oh, I definitely would not say that. I definitely think we could at least get you your own body again. Again, it won't be the same as you had before, but you would have your own body.
Got it.
Well, that's something for you to think on. For now, let me go ahead and see if I can patch the hole. This, I don't know what to expect. This is definitely something new to me. And I don't know how that artifact will, well, react to it. There might be pain. I don't know.
I already experienced enough pain with this. As he's gripping his chest harder.
Are you sure you don't want me to try and pull you out?
I don't think that's a good idea unless we have another body I could be in.
Well, I can see that there is enough data in there that I could, and I've got basically an entire other body. Don't worry, it was from a bad person. But I can take parts of that and patch up what's missing.
I'll think on it. For now, I think the hole is a bigger issue.
Alright, in that case, brace yourself. And he's gonna attempt it. Rip the band-aid off to put a new one on.
I have a few different ice scenarios in my head depending on how this goes.
I assume same roll as before.
Yeah.
Remember, just win.
Yep. Also, I just feel the need to say this really quickly. The party medic that complains about the party not going to him immediately for anything potentially medically related, simultaneously offering a completely experimental medical procedure without consulting the team researcher in any way.
I do
God
believe the
bless
team
this
researcher is
mess.
currently brain a little
Not
brain
that he
empty.
knows that.
Asher doesn't know about the memory thing. Also, are you keeping that roll?
No.
Maybe we should just hang the God bless this mess sign over this entire group.
As far as the
That's
team
the-
researcher thing goes, Asher
Said
believes
Haboku was a saint.
Asher has a very special power that he does not have any reason to believe that Riv would know anything about.
Yeah.
Yet.
You just need to
Yet.
talk to each other.
But
I was
how's
just thinking it was funny because the medic that's going like, "Hey, come to me about things,"
Too
doesn't
mental.
go to researcher.
Also, what are you adding to that roll, Asher?
first things first, I am going to solve that one. Oh, perfect. I'm going to be vigoring the sixes.
Okay.
So that would be
So that's 6,
7.
7. As you begin to look inside them as you're trying to find ways to essentially repair, you find a way to help them. You kind of look as you're looking inside. You don't think that you would be able to safely, as you're kind of analyzing this artifact itself inside of them, you don't feel at the moment it is safe to try to pull them out into a different body. But what you can do as you're essentially looking at this, as you're kind of making this connection between Folger's memories and this kind of glitch part, you do feel that you have a way to at least be able to make a connection from Folger's memories to from Kotora, from Arcus's memories to Folger. You're not going to really be able to fix Arcus's memories, but you feel that if you were to add some of that data, as well as that data that you've accumulated in there, you feel you could probably at least give Folger some of Arcus's memories. Making that essentially that connection where there's that severed connection, you feel like you could make a new connection, at least branching to Folger, so they could at least experience some of what their brother has been experiencing.
He will go ahead and do so, as well as, of course, patch up the holes.
As you begin to do that, you see the artifact kind of glowing in a sense. It's almost like a metaphorical glow as you're kind of looking at this not from a physical standpoint, from almost from this like data point. And you begin to repair some of the artifact that seems to be leaking out. As you're essentially patching it over, you almost see almost like it's your own data. It's almost a weird sensation. It's like you're creating data from something that almost doesn't even exist, but it's like you're almost duplicating your own data inside their body, almost like leaving a portion of you inside them, but the portion isn't leaving you. It's like it's duplicating your own data into them, as you're able to essentially make that connection from the memory portion into Folger, and you're not able to fully get it to Arcus, but as you're doing that, you do patch up the holes and you don't see that data leaking out. And after a while, you feel like you've made that connection and that strand that connects the memories to Folger, as you feel like that is the best you can do at the moment.
Okay. He will do all of this and release the power and take a step back, just letting Folger kind of come to.
Folger, you are flooded, not exactly with the direct memories of Arcus, but all of the feelings that they've been experiencing over the past 2 to 3 months. All of those feelings, all of those ups, all of those downs, all of the highs, all of the lows, all of the feelings that Arcus has been essentially experiencing hit you all at once like a truck, as all of those essentially feelings just hit you at the same time, completely almost overwhelming you to a point of both clarity as well as sensation.
He's basically doing some heavy breathing.
How you feeling?
Like, need to lie down.
Well, you're on a bed, so
You feel the same sense of connection that Arcus had with Asher, and you now feel that same connection with Asher, not from yourself, but from them. It's kind of like sharing the love of someone with that person, essentially. It's a warm sensation. Not love in the relationship saying, but love and camaraderie.
repeat that because you said Asher twice in that.
So, Folger, you feel that sense of camaraderie that Arcus felt to Asher, and you are feeling that to Asher as well, almost like you're having a friend tell you about all of the good things that happened between you guys.
I guess as Arcus, Folger is sort of remembering when he saw Kotora, a little bit of a weird feeling of like protect. I guess I understand why I felt the need to, or like Kotora felt different. No. Less frightening. Guess, It's Volker is basically just thinking out loud at this point.
Asher's just
Oh.
letting him. Not rushing or anything, just patiently letting him figure things out.
I'll give you some time to have some deeper thoughts, and we'll come back to you with some deeper thoughts. We have a runaway Kotora at the moment.
Ugh.
Hey, look,
I'm
you
playing
do
Duck
not you can't complain about someone running away because they don't think that you can help them with it right now.
Yes, I can. Because I am.
Okay, cool.
Good.
So complain eternally. Got it.
The feeling is inside. It's the deep down inside.
I claim
Kotora,
right of God.
You were making your way east, Kotora, you're kind of heading in a similar direction that you saw Riv leave. As you know, everyone here knows that the east of town is mostly deserted with the water plant and all of that not being used. The eastern roads are not exactly the fullest, so you know that it's a pretty safe bet to go east. As you're going through, you're about halfway to where Riv got whenever they were having their not exactly melt down, but chill down. And as you're doing that, you get kind of a sensation the area around you seems to almost be like almost like you're walking, and the area is so hot around you. It is so hot. You feel this hunger that seems to be going, and it's like you want to look for food, but there is no food, and you know that food is not going to satiate it. So nothing is going to satiate at this moment. It's like the grass itself begins to essentially almost singe and wilt. The flowers also around you begin to almost wilt as if the data themselves are being sapped from the plants. As you're kind of watching, and things seem to be almost dying around you in a way that it is a natural course of the environment, but it is like a rapid decay of nature around you.
Okay, so Kotora is observing this, and the moment he sees things just begin both catching on fire and wilting around him, he's just picking up the pace to get away from where to get away from the town at the moment. and while he has already felt that the hunger that he's feeling isn't being satiated by he's eating, he's still eating by one of the things that he ended up cooking and he brought with him. Just out of pure primal hunger at the moment, because he doesn't know exactly what to do about it.
And as you're making your way east to town, Haboku and Jace, you would have essentially as Haboku like said, Koto is kind of standing around watching some of the things around him. They're kind of like making a few sprints and then watching and then sprinting launching a little bit. So by this time, you would essentially get enough caught up to them as you would see Kotoa in the distance, not too far away, maybe just like a tenth of a mile away at this point, as you see them in the distance.
Oh, not another issue.
Quick question.
Mhm.
The area that Riv had froze,
Mhm.
that was with his incident. Is it still technically a winter wonderland in that area?
You will know that when you get closer to that area. You're rapidly approaching that location, though.
Haboku, let's follow him in the shadows. Let's not get too close.
Okay.
It's like the same stuff from his brother. Ow.
Was that a
Uh,
subterfuge roll?
Well, it's about to be a sold subterfuge roll, but yes. Thank
There
you.
you go.
Nice.
You.
True combo.
True combo.
True combo.
You know
That's
what?
just rude.
Just, you,
Oh.
I don't. I don't. You can give a
I'll-
perception. Go ahead and give me a good perception check, Kotora.
Okay.
Just a decent perception check on that.
Body is his perception. Does
Yeah,
that work?
yeah.
I will chance a body boost here.
Yeah.
Oh
Nothing.
no!
Chance wrong.
I don't think I've seen a body boost actually be helpful yet.
I mean,
Oh,
it has been helpful
I
for
have.
me.
Okay.
a few
I've seen-
times.
I've seen them be helpful before, but
It's
they're
not very
just
often.
yeah.
That would make this a botch then.
I'm a snake. I'm a slithery snake.
Uh,
Look, you're just trying to go through the woods.
I'd like to think Haboku just trips again.
No.
You can get see it'll give Koto a chance to see what's going on. Oh. Koto, as you're kind of panicking a little bit, looking around at kind of the things dying around you a little bit. Haboku and Jace, you would see this kind of trail that Koto seems to be leaving, where leaving town is more vibrant and everything, but as you get closer, this area seems to be more dying along this trail. As you're kind of looking around, Koto, you spot both Jace and Haboku in the distance a little bit from you, as you realize you've been followed.
the moment Kotora notices Jace and Haboku seeing him like this, he's booking it.
Kotora!
You hear the distant sound of Jace yelling at you.
I'll ground you! We'll run after. God damn it.
I'd say after about a decent amount of time, basically very similar in speed with each other. I don't think anyone has any particularly speedy
Haboku does
advances.
have.
Haboku has zoomies.
Oh,
Yeah.
do they?
Yeah.
Haboku is rapidly approaching a location, Kotora. But as you do, you kind of look over into the distance as you're trying to make your way away from them, and you see the winter wonderland that Riv has. It's like a little tiny winter area that seems to be completely localized underneath a tree or by a tree.
Well, it glitches and goes back to summer for half a second and goes back.
You see what looks to be a snowy little, like, it seems like the snow has gone up about 4 inches off the ground. It's like a snow globe that's been placed into the world for you to see.
The moment Kotora says the snow globe, like at the moment he's kind of panicking and he's not
Yeah.
putting two and two together that this is what Rip created yesterday. But since at the moment what he does know is that his own fire aura is acting up, he's entering that winter area. He's hoping that maybe it will neutralize whatever is happening to him.
Haboku, you are getting very, very close. You kind of feel almost like a heat that seems to wash over you, similar to that chill that you felt from Riv. It's almost like the contrast to that. As you see Kotor walking into this snowy area, you see the snow around it begin to melt. And like I said, it is essentially like a snow globe. Like it is perfectly sunny in one step, and then the next step, it is a concentrated amount of 3 feet of snow. Though as Koto begins to walk into that, you see it turn into water, and the water seems to kind of be leaking out of that snow globe in little like glitched fractals around the area.
Haboku will stop up just outside of the snow globe, kind of where he waited for Riv if his thing to happen, and he will try to motion for Jace to do the same. And do
Jace
his
coming
best-
to a halt.
and probably do his best to explain it.
Oh my goodness. For the love of goodness, Kotora, running is not the smart option when your friends come to check on you. Talking exists.
Kotora is just in the middle of the rapidly melting winter globe. He's just like covering his ears at the moment. He seems to be just like cowering because he doesn't know exactly what to do. I don't know what's going on. But
Breathe.
Kotora,
Take a deep breath.
Kotora is trying to breathe.
All right. So we're gonna breathe in 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale 2, 3, 4, 5.
Kotora is trying to calm down through the breathing exercise.
All right.
Don't come any closer.
It's fine. Don't worry about that. Take your breaths. Have a seat.
I am.
Close your eyes.
Kotora closes his eyes.
Relax yourself, and wherever that burning sensation is, just let it go for a little bit. Let it do its thing. Calm yourself down. Let the heat cool down.
Kotora is closing his eyes and trying. What kind of role should I do for like attempting to calm myself
For
despite
this one, I need a percentile dice first.
Mm-hmm. 88.
Only if high rolls were good in this system.
If only. Unfortunately.
Unfortunately, give me a, because especially this, in this case, give me a body, forceful, and then let's see, body, forceful, and then let's see here. Actually give me an athletics with that, as you're trying to essentially keep this inside you.
This is actually a decent roll for me.
Remember,
It's
just win.
it's kind of like it's essentially kind of like a battle between, like I said, where Viv is a battle of the mind, yours is a battle of the body.
Oh. Yep.
That's a lot of dice. As you begin to kind of open up yourself, you realize that the hunger itself is still there. You do still feel that kind of sensation, though you feel a little bit more in control of it. As you kind of begin to relax, you feel like you can start, instead of just wildly taking whatever's around you, you feel that you can be at least a little bit more coordinated with your body, as you still need to have that feed essentially inside you, but you feel like you can control what is actually being fed into it versus it just wildly taking what's around you. And as you're kind of sitting in what is essentially ashen grass, you can try to start pulling in the data around you, almost in an inverse of what you were seeing Riv doing.
Kotora doesn't want to take the data surrounding him, so he's going to do that.
You try to pick out the data that seems to be almost misplaced with essentially the snow, kind of like that snow globe. Realizing your friends are right outside that edge, it's almost like you're seeing yourself in almost like a third person in a sense, as you are sensing the area around you, perceiving it, in a completely different perception that you have ever had before. And you kind of test this perception boundaries, finding the snow globe itself and what those boundaries are as you are essentially internally feeling that deep inside you. And as you're beginning to do that, you can feel like you can pull this essentially cold environment inside of you, and it feels almost satiating in a way that food didn't provide for you.
The moment Kotora kind of feels that satiating feeling, even though this kind of scare him, he is actually going to begin absorbing that data.
Jason Haboku, as you're watching this, you see that snow globe kind of seems to be around that dome that seems to be around Kotora. And as you watch it, it seems like that snow almost begins to recede back, as if something is pulling it towards the center, with that center being Kotora. As the whole globe around them, that whole dome of snow seems to be rapid. It's just very slow, not rapid, but slowly just going towards them as if it is closing in on them. But they don't seem to be scared of it. It seems to almost be a peaceful look on their face as this dome begins to recede into them.
Can I roll
Mhm.
a mind instinct appraisal on this to understand what's
Sure.
going on?
Certainly.
Not my best roll, but you know.
You can take let me see. With either teamwork or appraisal or teamwork, regardless, you get one.
Hey, you gave me a 10. Look at that.
Nice.
Close, but no. No, as you so close to one. As you Haboku and you're kind of guiding as Jace is you're trying to figure out what's going on. Haboku is kind of telling you what happened yesterday with Riv, as they're kind of explaining to you what you saw happen yesterday, as it seems to be kind of like a reverse, but as you're fully trying to analyze the situation, Jace, you realize that the data seems to almost be pooling inside of Kotora, and it seems like they are absorbing it. Whereas what you are used to seeing explosions, this seems to be what you would imagine what an implosion would look like a compression of the data versus a outwardly expanding version of it.
Does this remind me of some of the nonsense an ex-boss of mine might have pulled?
Yes, you do actually. It seems like it's trying to eat the data from the area. However, it seems like Kodo is in control enough not to affect you guys. But it is essentially taking the data that is essentially free in nature and then absorbing that into themselves. Like they are consuming data for all intents and purposes, but it does seem to at least be satiating them as you see that calm expression on their face.
All right, just wait it out, Haboku. This will just take a few minutes. And Jace is just going to sit down and cross his arms.
Haboku will sit down as well and nod.
I left my coffee behind.
No,
Uh,
sorry.
Kodo, give me one more percentile check.
Okay.
Just lose.
Hey,
Oh, there you go.
Finally. As you begin to pull in this, you feel yourself as you begin to satiate your body with this data, you realize that you are taking and you almost recognize it as your brother's data. Is not exactly their own data, but almost the creation of it. What seems to once be the creation of data that surround it now seems to be almost like a balancing scale with the absorption of it. And as this snow begins to slowly recede, you see the snow particles around you begin to turn a little bit into that glitchy particles, similar to what you saw in those watery particles that was around Riv. But the glitch seems to almost be absorbing into you in a way that feels nurturing. It feels satiating. It feels not like you're eating, but like you're satiating yourself on something internal. And as this dome essentially begins to compress on you, you don't feel a pressure, as much as you feel a release, it is a weird feeling, but the sizzling in your ears seems to be dying down. That noise in your head seems to be quieting down. And after a few moments of essentially intense focus, and a few breathes in and out, and a few breathes in and a few breathes out, similar to what Jace was guiding you, the whole area compresses further and further down until it's almost like you are breathing in the data of the air and then exhaling nothing out as this whole environment begins to engulf around you. And with a one final breathe in, you feel all of the snowy data plus a little bit of extra seems to absorb into you. And with a last breath out, you are no longer standing in a snowy biome. You're sitting on top of what is still ash and grass, but you no longer feel that hunger inside you. It feels satiated right now. You feel fuller than you have in a very long while.
Kotora just gives
The heck?
I don't play the burp sound.
Oh,
I was actually I was actually planning to say that. Uh,
I had a
yeah,
feeling.
yeah, like the moment Kotora gives his the last sigh as the last of the snowy biome data gets absorbed into himself, just Kotora just suddenly lets out a very loud burp.
all right. All done there?
uh, I think so.
Jace pushes himself up to his feet, dusts himself off, and goes, all right, let's get you back to the tavern.
Okay,
We'll,
I'm sorry.
no, it's fine. I'm assuming you got a glitch that took a part of you that causes hunger.
Kotora is rubbing the back of his head. Well, technically, but it's never acted like it never acted like this before. I have no idea what that was, so the moment I realized something very wrong was happening around me because my heat aura was just way too intense than usual, I panicked.
Boops Kotora's nose and goes, next time you're going to stop and talk to us or let people know what's going on, right?
Sure, I'm sorry. Just I was afraid I was going to blow up. I didn't want I,
Pull,
I didn't want to take you guys with me if that happened.
pulls Kotora to his feet. There's been a lot of things that have tried to eat me. It won't work. Don't worry. Pats your head. Come on.
Haboku
Kotora,
will attempt to comfort Kotora by nuzzling him. Albeit he
Kotora
does still have a concerned look in his eye.
Kotora is taking in the nuzzles happily and just gives Haboku a hug for a moment before just heading back to the tavern with Haboku and Jace.
Do you mind if we stop at one place before we go back to the tavern since we're out and about apparently?
I don't mind.
All right. Hopefully there's like a medical supply shop or something around here.
Okay.
I'll say also, Haboku, as you hug Kotora, you feel that sense of danger seem to cool off around you, and it seems to have died down for now. Like I said, that premonition of danger seems to have been quelled. It's almost a relief. It's like that feeling of something that is like really bad gonna happen, and then something happens and you realize it's no longer a threat, and it's that sense of relief that comes from essentially the peacefulness of resolution washes over you.
Haboku will exhale at that. He wasn't really aware he was holding his breath, but he will give it a sigh of relief.
I need to like teach you all how to breathe, don't I? Pats Haboku's head. Breathing's good for your brain. It helps your everything do the everything. Remember to do that. If you stop breathing, panic sets in and everything gets bad. Now to find a medical shop, maybe.
I'd say there's definitely a traveling medical shop in town. one that's there's definitely one. Is this a hubway between travel? They would essentially, yes, they would 100% have a way of essentially keeping what would essentially be rudimentary compared to what the major cities would be, but they would have essentially all of the basics when it comes to wrappings, cooling, heating, and various medical supplies of the like, enough to keep a traveler well on their way in case more emergency. Think like camping medical kits than like a regular everyday city medical kit. Think something like you'd bring on a camping trip.
Oh, cool. So they'll have a saw and some bandages and some rope.
Classic adventure. You also have a shovel too.
I would not want to be the person that has to have their arm shoveled off when I have the choice of just buying a saw. Now, if we were out in the woods and my arm was going to go anyways, and that's all we had, sure, but we ain't in that situation
A
here.
tactical shovel will not get used today.
We aren't in that situation yet.
I just love the sentence. My arm shoveled off.
That is a sentence that came out of my mouth, and it is 100% legitimate. So, how much
Not
money am I
today.
spending here?
I would say, especially when it comes to actual like full-on iron supplies, the axe itself is going to cost you about 4 bytes itself, as it being a more of a heavy iron make and also of durable quality. The bandaging themselves actually seem to be pretty cheap. They seem to be made of that same fabric that seems to be matching the parchment around. You're not entirely sure, but for some reason, this particular parchment or this particular kind of fabric style seems to be really popular in these planes. You'd imagine that just kind of overviewing it seems like it's extremely durable. I would say all of the minor medical supplies would only run you probably a byte in total for everything, with the axe being the full 4.
So you're
So
saying
5 in
axe,
total.
but do you mean saw?
Yes, saw. We can get the saw as well. That'd be like a woodsman saw, something to be used to essentially get a
Yeah,
something like a tree.
I'm
Like a
not
tree
getting an
saw?
axe. I'm getting a saw.
Okay, like a medical saw, a band saw, one that you'd use for trees and one that you'd use for medical.
Medical.
Okay. That would only run you 3 bytes then, as it's going to be a smaller size, or going to like a smaller handsaw. Not exactly going to chop down any trees anytime soon, but going to be delicate enough for essentially a body.
Yes,
But
Azure.
yeah, 4 in total. 4 bytes in total then for that.
Cool. Then we'll go back to the inn.
Before we arrive at the inn, Kotora is going to ask Haboku specifically. Haboku, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Was
Sorry.
that was that was that snowy area that I went into? Was that something created by Riv?
Haboku will nod.
Kotora is nodding.
It's
Ah.
likely he after he did that he didn't remember well.
Bye. I guess we just ended up thinking of the same thing once we began panicking. Hmm.
Do you know when it happened?
Kotora shakes his head. He's not even aware of it. I can't. It's not a process that I can't that can be fast tracked, but I really need to. I really need to get help reorganize his memories quickly. I need to talk with him about this.
Haboku will give Kotora a serious but determined look. Okay.
Yeah. Also, please try not to tell Rib about this before I can help him recover his memories.
I would suggest that we have a group sit down at some point and discuss all like the everything, because man, there's a lot of stuff going on now.
Yes, just please don't tell him about this just now.
Fine, but Asher's gonna put you all through medical checks. I can't save you from that now. Just
To be
saying.
fair, the only person that's been told, well, yeah, Jace would probably know that.
Jace I'd probably say like Jace knows Astro probably enough, but what is he? Jace
Yeah, the only one that's actually
Astro.
been told in character is Fulgur.
Ah. So I guess Jace doesn't know this.
But Jace would know Asher well enough to know that that is probably what he's gonna do.
Two weird things happen to the party. Jason or Asher's gonna lose it and like do full checkups on everybody. Jace has been through this like 12 times. He's come home to them playing D&D and having a medical checkup because somebody in the party got sick in character.
Kotora is just shaking his head. No, that's bad. You don't understand him. If my brother finds out about this, he's going to go crazy.
My son is not Riv. Asher's my son. Pat your head.
I know
Asher
what
can keep a secret. Don't worry. Take a deep breath. Calm down. All right?
Kotora just whines.
Panicking never fixes anything, Kotora.
I
Deep
know.
breaths. We won't tell him.
Okay. Thank you.
You should definitely talk to him about it at some point, though.
I am planning to adjust. I want him to actually be. I want him to actually have his head straight before I do. With his memory scrambles, like he is kind of unpredictable at the moment. He's just trying to reorganize himself. But if he finds out about this, it's going to make him. It's going to make him harm himself. Let's just say.
I'd prefer you guys not play freeze, heat, ping pong.
Kotora rubs the back of his head. I mean, I don't want to do that either. I didn't think I was capable of doing anything like that.
Well, and I didn't know that my arm could act on its own because somebody could just put it on like a glove, apparently, from a distance.
I guess we just found. New things about ourselves this day. Okay, let's go.
We head back to the inn.
As you make your way back to the inn, there's going to be a few patrons in the bar taking their morning meals. You see the Effectmon essentially going through. They seem pretty cheerful, though. They're kind of making their way in and out as you see a few people kind of raise their glasses to you all as you guys enter. A few hurrahs and hoops, but everyone's keeping to their plate of food. But they're going to give a few hoops and hollers to you guys in honor.
I'm going to go pick up my coffee mug and head up the stairs and sit upstairs on the second floor by the window.
And you would see that Asher's and Haboku's door is closed at the moment. I think I'm assuming this is going to be closed. You'd see the door still closed. And Haboku and Kotora would probably follow you upstairs with the coffee.
Yeah, Kotora is no longer hungry.
And party is reunited, and Haboku doesn't sense any danger, so...
I just realized Haboku is an absol.
Oh, just wait until Asher finds out what just happened.
I wonder, is he
Asher's
gonna...
just assuming everyone's down there eating food. Like, oh, I'm sure everyone's perfectly just eating breakfast. We're just going to stay in here while everyone's eating breakfast. Riv, give me a percentile die roll fast, just to see what kind of data you're finding on your pads.
Hey, low is good. Nice.
Low is good.
Guess he got rid of it quick enough then.
You're able to see that some of the files, the datapad seems to be jumbled up in a way that all the files and folders seem to be kind of misarranged, especially with the memory issues you're already having. It's kind of like the cooking recipes got mixed in with the alchemy recipes. The alchemy recipes got mixed in with your how to torture someone section. Just various folders of yours seems to be mismatched a little bit. But the data seems to be there, but it is definitely all in the wrong place. It's kind of like a puzzle in a sense.
Which is why he has the Sudoku. Unironically, why?
Go ahead and give me like a mind logic. Let's see, mind logic lore check. As you kind of actually trying to remember lore about yourself.
Yep. All right. Well, I guess it's a good thing that he got effectively one of those lore dots back.
Thanks to his
Mind,
brother.
magic, lore. That cancels out his exhaustion penalty effectively, because he still has an exhaustion penalty, even with the dawn of a new day. Riven lore.
Very nice.
You can. I'll let you describe what that looks like to you.
Vorpedia is up and running again.
Vorpedia is now back up and running, boys.
That was only 6 dice.
Yeah. It's a Riven lore.
Go ahead.
Okay. So it is with probably from if people could actually be seeing this right now, because he's alone in his room.
Yeah.
This is with an almost worryingly practiced ease that he has started going through and reconnecting things to where it becomes very exceedingly obvious that this is not the first time, the third time, or even probably the countable on your hands time that this has happened to him. And he has this down to a practice as he starts quickly combing through his data pad, figuring out what parts got scrambled there and which parts are just his actual memory being scrambled. As he just quickly starts to sort through things. Interestingly, though, he only looks back through like the past couple days before basically going all the way back and starting from the beginning.
And I would say you would be spending enough by the time everyone is doing their shenanigans. I would say you'd be finishing up about just kind of like putting the last few minor pieces, not any major, kind of like just making sure the how to torture section, just to make sure everything is just the minor sections. It's just put away to where they need to go, as you would hear essentially kind of Jace's heavier footsteps along with the lighter footsteps of Kotora and Haboku. Something you'd guess it might be someone else, but judging by the context, you'd probably guess it's them, as the innkeeper mentioned that you guys would have exclusive rights to the upstairs for at least right now while you guys rested up. So hearing footsteps, it's either someone really bad or probably just your party members.
Well, he just figures that he overslept and everyone just let him oversleep. So he's going to quickly finishing separating out that last section into theoretical versus practical. Before then closing the datapad.
They don't seem to be entering your room. Jace, those footsteps seem to be go to your room, and then they seem to be going past your room. But you don't hear any doors opening or closing down any of the outside. You have a weird sensation about you, but it's more of a curiosity than anything worrying. It's more just a curiosity of the environments as you're kind of fully taking in your surroundings for the first time in the morning. Like you're really taking in your surroundings as you've completed your task for now.
Yep. He is going to notice one thing though, which is he's gonna realize, hey, wait, Kotora isn't checking on me. What's going on? Because his brother normally obsessively checks on him if anything happens, so... They're going past his door without checking on him. Question mark.
Question mark, question mark, question mark.
Because that's why he put down the data pack, is he was just expecting that, oh, okay, Kotora's just gonna come in and check on me like 5 times like he normally does.
The door busts open. Get out, fuckers. I'm being arrested.
And so he's just gonna... He was like just half expecting that, and now he's just like, hey, wait, something's going on then. And he's actually going to like get up. He's still obviously tired, but he's gonna get up and like move to leave the room.
You open up the doorway. As you open up the door, you peek out and you see what looks to be Jace and Kotora and Haboku at the end of the hall at that little meeting table with a full pot of coffee and a few glasses around it.
Riv has no stealth skills to speak of, but he's still going to effectively do the worst sneaky slink over. Just, you know.
Yeah.
He has literally...
knows?
Look. Right now, you know what? Sure, here, I'll give you Riv's stealth roll right now.
Yeah.
Roll a
Give it
botch.
little-
Oh, he rolled a
Oh.
1!
Nice.
That's his stealth roll right now. That's his subterfuge. Body cunning subterfuge that has 1 body, 1 cunning, no subterfuge, -1 from exhaustion, 1 dice.
Unfortunately, they have a natural perception of at least 1.
I just imagine Riv is just trying to sneak in using one of those Metal Gear boxes.
I assume that, well, technically speaking, it's active versus active
Yeah.
surpasses passive, so they need to have one
Yeah.
of them has to have a perception of at least 2. But I figure at least one of them has a perception skill of at least 2.
Haboku does, and he does,
Yeah,
and he also
Haboku.
has a specialty for vigilance with sight.
I would actually have to roll.
I would say Haboku. Then Haboku would be able to. Let's see if Chase sees you. Chase is not putting up with anyone sneaking around anymore right now.
Nope, Jason's just going to slide a mug to one of the spots at the table without saying a word and looking in the wrong direction intentionally, just that way he can think he can have this. It's the father, get some coffee, but not
just, like-
not dignifying him thing.
Does he just move it with his tail? Like he just kind of like
Mhm.
his tail just kind of idly pushes it back without looking.
Yep. Go ahead, Haboku.
Haboku will just turn to Riv and Evan. Go, hi, Riv.
Riv just winces like he just got caught.
Kotora just immediately looks at Riv when Haboku points him out. Oh, hi, Riv. Are you feeling better? You were quite exhausted yesterday.
Yeah, what's wrong? Something's wrong because normally if I got like sick or something, you would come and check on me like at least 5 times. But you went by the door without checking on me, so something's wrong. So what's up?
Kotora is rubbing the back of his head. Yeah. I guess your memories are not scrambled anymore, are they?
A lot less. Thankfully, my datapad didn't get too scrambled. Like, maybe around 20% of it was scrambled, so I was kind of able to use it as a reference.
Okay, good. I guess we're good enough that we can have a discussion about this later then.
Yeah, I mean, if you ask me something about like 3 months ago, that's all still pretty scrambled, but, you know.
Yeah.
I made sure to double check the recent stuff.
Kotora is going to nod. Yeah, I understand. We'll just have a discussion about this later, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Have a seat, Riv.
Hey, Rip, come here.
Riv will get near.
Kotora is coming over towards Rib, and he's just giving him a big hug.
I am imagining that this is like pick up bear hug.
Yes.
Kotor, how am I supposed to drink the drink he just gave me if I'm like this?
Yes. Let me hold you for a moment, please.
Riv suffocates.
Riv just be like, just being smushed against the Kotora, just like, no. But how am I supposed to drink the drink someone just gave me?
Yeah. Kotora eventually does release Rib, though.
I will also say, with kind of everyone being essentially going up and down the hallway, I will say, just for purposes of Folger and Asher, you guys would hear footsteps up and down the hallway, followed by a second set of footsteps, and then a little bit of talking. They're not exactly being the quietest in the world, but you kind of hear some talking on the outside that you recognize as everyone else seems to be gathering, as you kind of hear all the different voices at once, individually.
Oh, I thought they were in the on the main floor.
Nope, they're upstairs on the by
Oh.
the meeting window.
I was not going to stay down there with adoring fans in the neighborhood. Thank you.
That's fair.
No.
They were gonna sing drunken songs to their joy, Irish drinking songs to Jace specifically.
So,
No.
Asher's gonna look over at Folger. So, you up for meeting the rest of the team?
Maybe one by one.
Okay. I'll go and send them in one by one then. Would you like me to come in with them, or just them each individually?
Just them.
Okay. Well, if you need me, I'll be out in the hall. And he'll go out and probably see everybody.
Yeah, sure.
Kotora just waves.
Hi. What's going on?
Oh, that's what I was trying to ask.
Long story, Asher. What's going on in there?
So, Folker and Arcus are sharing a body. They are brothers. Arcus tried to use an artifact to save his brother, but it wound up basically fusing them together. I did some fixing up to at least let Folger still have access to memories and such when Arcus is out, but he does want to meet you all one by one.
Sounds good.
Riv,
Is this
please
one of those
be-
that you... Go ahead.
Riv, please be careful. Don't ask him a whole bunch of questions. He is very timid.
Riv has just already taken out his data pad and is just like a focused look frown while scrolling through it. He saw no mention of a Fulgur in his notes, so he think he fucked up and has it missing somewhere, so he's going to go check.
Just
Kotora is going to look at
Riv, you can
yes,
ask him 3 questions.
Kotora is going to look at Riv and just shake his head. No, this is a new development. It happened this morning.
Oh, okay. So I didn't just mess up and forget to take notes about this. Got it.
Kotora gives him a thumbs up.
Okay,
Alright,
what's
so
going
when-
on with him now? As he's pointing at
Uh,
Riv.
This is the first time Asher knows about Riv's episode.
Yep.
They don't know
Yep.
anything
Well,
about
he knows
this.
Riv went out and did the whole ice thing,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, not the memory.
Not the memory.
Riv's internal memories are a big scramble at the moment after something happened. That's just something that happened yesterday. So the thing that happened yesterday.
okay. Is there anything else I need to know about?
Send Riv in first, and then we'll talk Asher.
Riv, go in. Like I said, 3 questions, no more.
Can they be run-ons?
No.
How am I supposed to get information with only 3 questions?
They can be yes or no questions only.
You're sending the person in with memory issues to the person who has memory issues.
Yeah, you know, it'll
Putting those
work
2
out.
people into the same room. Who are you? I don't know. Who are you? I don't know. Who am I? I don't know. Who am I? I don't know.
This is the best idea.
Why them first of all people? That's the worst person to send in first.
Because we needed to talk behind his back for half a second.
Yeah.
Just the
You
worst
know,
person
all
to
the
go in
things
first.
Riv is just like grumbling to himself about only being able to ask a certain amount of questions, but he's gonna start going inside anyway.
Cool. The moment that door closes, Jace is just gonna look at Asher. All right. So that one points at Kotora. Has a hunger issue, and that one points at the door. Riv has apparently a snowball issue.
Okay, if he's got a hunger issue, just go get food.
Not
Haboku's just looking
like that.
at Kotora.
Kotora just shakes his head. No, it's I have a glitch, but don't tell Riv, please. Not right now.
Sort of the same thing that happened with Riv last night.
Yeah, that was about what I expected out of Asher. I'm assuming this means you're going to do the whole full checkout thing and freak out for a bit.
Oh, yes. Come on, Kotora. You're up first.
Huh?
And he starts marching to the other room.
Okay. Kotora is going in.
He slams the door shut behind Kotora after Kotora goes in. Okay, you, bed now.
Kotora gets on top of his bed.
Alright. So, full details, everything. What is your glitch?
I don't know. Until today, all I ever had were hunger spikes for a moment, but today I just had a very insatiable hunger, and my hit aura just began increasing in intensity, and then I kind of hit it out, and I think my body began absorbing data around me.
He is squinting at Kotora. Okay, any other known medical issues?
Not that I know of.
Anything from your parents?
Kotora just... The moment Asher says that, Kotora just has a very far off expression on his face.
Asher does a bit of a snap of his claws. Come on! I got a bunch of you to interview today.
None. He just answers plainly.
Okay. And he is pulling out his valve dock and starting to tap away on it. Okay, any medications you're taking?
Kotora shakes his head.
Any other forms of recreational drug use, including illegal stuff?
None. No.
Okay. How's your diet?
Wait. When you said drugs, does alcohol count?
Yes, it does.
I guess I drink a bit of alcohol here and there, but that's it. What was the next question?
How is your diet?
I mean, I like meat a lot, but I do make sure to cook a lot of different things. I want to vary my taste, and I also make sure to try and make new things for Rib as well. So,
Do you avoid the green stuff?
No.
Noted, noted. That is definitely not a good sign. As he's tapping away more on his dock.
Kotora just roll his eyes at that.
Okay, so anything else that you take that is not normally safe, such as alcohol? Do you smoke?
Besides alcohol, no. I mean, no, I don't smoke. But my body does just emanate heat. But that's just how I was born.
Okay, okay. Do you eat wood?
No. I never tried to, at least.
Okay, okay. I suppose I don't really need to ask you about your living situation, because, well, you are kind of a traveler, so...
Well, yeah. We did used to live on the snow on the snow region, but we did travel a lot, so
Okay. Anywhere that has particular diseases?
not particularly.
Do you have any history of surgeries?
Kotora shakes his head.
Yes, you do. Wrong answer.
Huh?
I restored your horn just last night.
Is that considered surgery?
Yes.
Okay, then. Okay then. Yeah, I guess just you fixing my horn. Thank you for that, by the way.
Okay, okay. How's your breathing? You breathe well? Feel like you get enough oxygen?
Kotora breathes in and out. Yes, I think so.
Okay, okay. How are your bowel movements?
Kotora
Are they
just
regular?
tilts his head. I guess.
Okay. Any sort of psychological history that I may need to know about? Any diagnoses or anything else?
Such as?
Well, I guess I'll go down the list. There's anxiety, ADHD, autism, depression, OCD, anything like those?
Kotora is just tilting his head, wondering what all those words mean, and he just shakes his head.
Have you ever
No.
seen a doctor before?
I suppose the village doctor from time to time. I didn't have to visit her all that much.
Okay, what kind of village was it? Was it like a farming village, or what was the primary thing that the people in the village did?
It was in the snow area, so fishing. although they do have some like winter specific crops, but they're not. It's not that plentiful.
Well, fishing is close enough to farming for the purposes of medicine, so definitely going to need to do a full checkup. They tend to like to let things go. And you said Riv was with you there?
Yes.
Okay, I'll need to do it on him as well.
Okay.
Do you have any issues with your bones or anything? Your muscles, your joints? Any particular pains or aches?
Kotora shakes his head after each description.
All right. Now I'm going to go ahead and do a scan on you and see if I can locate any glitches or any more information on that, okay?
Go right ahead.
Ash should ask Kotora to remove their jacket. Just can you remove this pelt so I can investigate your body?
I don't think he... Would he be aware of that?
Kotora
that can actually be removed.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know.
Go ahead.
I know that Gabumon does have a pelt to be removed. I'm just wondering if Asher would know that.
Kotora has
think it's a skin.
Kotora has specifically never taken off his pelt with the team. So if Kotora doesn't know that Gabumon can do that, then he wouldn't know that Kotora can do that. So it's up to you.
You said Kotora twice there.
I said Gabumon is...
No, you said if Kotora doesn't know that Gabumon can do that, then Kotora wouldn't know that.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, if Asher wouldn't know that Gabumon can do that, Asher wouldn't know Kotora couldn't do that. So go ahead.
Okay.
Is it common knowledge to know if a Gabumon is wearing a coat or not?
I think so.
Well, I decided to roll to see if Asher would know, and well, he does, so... Okay, I'm gonna need you to remove the pelt, please.
Yeah, okay. Kotora just remove his belt, and then you realize that he's a lizard.
All right, are you gonna do the tongue thing?
Tongue thing?
Well, yeah, that's what lizards do.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Lizards taste the air with their tongues.
I don't do that.
Interesting. That may be a deficiency of taste buds. May need to make that. May need to figure out something for that. Anyways, so yeah, this is gonna tingle potentially. Try not to look at yourself. It will be kind of a existential crisis sort of thing if you do. Okay?
Okay.
And he's using his defrag refrag.
I try so
I'm
hard.
gonna stick with it.
We got so far. As you investigate Koto's body, the best thing you can kind of sense from them is you do sense more as you're kind of having several datas that seem to kind of wrap inside around you. As you know, you have the Rikiris, you were able to carry multiple Digimon datas at the same time. As you look towards inside Kotora, you see you can't really tell, but it's not just Kotora's data inside them. It's like they've absorbed more than just their own data. You're not sure if it's from something recent or something before, but with that roll, you'd basically tell that there is more data inside Kotora than just themselves. But it's not the same way that you saw Fulgur and Arcus's data. it seems more like it is almost like an evisceration of several different data all combined. It's like they're storing several different kinds of data all inside them that is just kind of being stored there. You're not too sure what purpose it's there, but it is unusual. It's not something that you would expect to see. It's like it's consuming in a way that is just satiating inside, but not actually releasing it like anything else would.
Okay. He is particularly also looking for any signs of glitches.
It trying to look inside, it seems like there is something inside them, but as there's so many different data around them, especially you see a strong presence of Riv's data, it's almost like it's all bundled around a singular point. You can't dig deep enough to get inside to the middle of that point, but all of this mismatch of different data all seems to almost be huddling like a kind of like a rubber band ball in a way around a center, but you just can't get deep enough to get inside that center due to all of the essentially data rubber bands around it.
He's gonna release it. Okay, so
Ugh.
I'm gonna need to do that again. The next time you do feel that really big hunger, I need you to come to me so I can do another scan at that time. Right now,
Okay.
it looks like you have some of Riv's data and a whole bunch of other data all wrapped around something, and I cannot see what it's wrapped around.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good. Also, if Asher has also checked Kotora physically after what you may call after he removed his spell, it would not it would be very hard to not notice that he has a big scar along his back.
I was going to get to that he was doing an actual, physical
Ah,
as well.
fair.
And he was
Fair.
also planning to scan the pelt.
Fair. Okay. Okay, that sounds good. Yeah, I didn't when I began getting the hunger, it didn't seem to like feel that dangerous at the beginning, so I'll come to you the next time. I just I just got away because the moment I realized something wrong was happening, I felt like I was going to blow up. I didn't want anybody caught on that.
While that is appreciated, if something is going wrong, you should really get the medical professional.
Cultural nuts.
Thank you. Alright. I'm gonna scan your pelt real quick and then do the physical.
Okay.
I don't think there was anything in particular interesting about that coat, unless you do, Kotora. We haven't talked about anything, but if you want to have something to be there, you can.
Nothing besides that is not there. Like, it's not the regular Gabumon pelt that people usually see from Gabumons. Not even the other Gabumon variants like Black Agumon, like Black Gabumon and Psychmon. It's completely different, but that's already obvious. But if you scan it, it's like it doesn't seem like there's anything particularly special about it.
Okay. And then he moves for the physical inspection. He's gonna be getting up on the bed, pushing around on your belly and legs and all of that. And then he gets to your back. Do you have any history of any medical procedures of any kind?
Kotora shakes his head. Besides the horn, no.
Then what happened with this scar back here?
Kotora is rubbing the back of it. well, the back, his back, rubbing his back, and he's just like,
Back of his body.
and he's just like, suddenly he's drawing off if he's trying to remember something. I'm trying to recall, but I do believe, yeah. Having a bit of a hard time recalling what happened, but this scar, when I realized I had that, is the reason why I went into to Kenso in the first place.
Okay, so it's possible that somebody may have done some surgery on you and removed some organs.
Kotora looks mortified at that prospect.
And for Asher, it's just, another Tuesday.
How to tell Asher's been on the road for way too long of his life.
So I would definitely say you've got some glitching inside. Obviously, I'm going to need, like I said, I'm going to need you to come to me when you're feeling hungry again, like you were. And if anything else is happening with somebody, please get me, such as with Riv last night.
Yeah. Also, talking about Red, please don't tell him that I have a glitch inside of me right now. I am planning to talk with him, but until his head is until his memories are not longer that scrambled. Like I don't want him to know. He will go crazy.
Patient-doctor confidentiality.
Okay.
However, that will only last as long as I have a favorable opinion of you.
HIPAA hasn't been invented yet.
So, if I find out that you decided not to come to me for another medical problem, all bets are off.
Kotora just narrows his eyes.
Asher narrows his eyes back.
I'm not letting you blackmail me with this. I'll tell your father.
Go ahead.
Still, though, I am planning to come to you if it happens again, because I also would like to know what the heck is going on. Like, I knew I had a glitch inside of me, but all I ever had were just spikes. Like I said before, all I ever had were just small spikes in hungers at some points. This is the first time that something like this has happened to me, so I want to know what the heck is going on as well. So don't worry, I'm not planning to pull a fast one on you. Kotora is gonna grab his pelt and put it back on.
I'm the team medic. It is my job to make sure that everybody is as good as they can be physically and mentally. I take that job very seriously.
I mean, at the very least, there's something that you take that you take very seriously. That's good. Thank you. I suppose that I suppose I can trust you in this.
All right, you're done for now. And he's gonna go to the door. Next.
Kotora is leaving.
While that is going on, Riv and Folger. You there, Folger? Just making sure. Okay, yeah. Riv, you enter a room to see a very cuddled up Folger in the corner. So to you, it is technically Arcus, but you see a little bit of that glacial blue, as well as a eye color change on them, and it's kind of hard because you're trying to realize both similarities, but also differences at the same time. So it's like you're trying to remember them, but also they look different than last time you remembered them. So you're trying to remember whether this is how they've always looked, or is this just how they looked before, or is this just what? And you're just trying to like kind of piece it together as you're kind of taking those first steps to kind of look at each other.
Riv is gonna give a wave from the door and go, hi, sorry if I act weird at all. I'm kind of having memory issues too. I just had all my memory scrambled, so I'm trying to figure out what's different and what's actually just something that I'm not remembering correctly. But hi, my name's Rivermere, but I just go by Riv, and I'm on your team. I mean, you're still technically on the team, right? Oh wait, no, that was one of my questions.
Your time to questions now, Riv.
If Arcus is on this team, then yeah.
You're swaying in and out.
Give me
you're-
a percentile, Gimund. Okay. You get a sense of as you're kind of looking over Riv, it's kind of like it's kind of like a little bit hard to remember, but as you're trying to kind of pull from those memories of Arcus, you get a sensation that it's like a friend telling you about another friend they've met before, but you don't remember any details. But you remember that they talked about them pretty excitedly and in a good way, but you don't remember any of the details right now. But you do remember that there was at least a good feeling whenever your friend told you about this other person.
Oh. Arcus seems to trust you, so
Oh, okay, that's good. I want to ask so many questions, but I can only ask so many questions. Okay. So, this isn't one of my questions. This is just me wondering if I have permission to look at you. And, like, look at your data. Because I was doing that with Arcus, and I want to see what's changed.
I mean, Asher did that earlier.
Okay, I'm going to have to ask for his notes then on it, because he didn't tell me anything. At least on that. So is that... Should I, like... Okay, I'm trying not to word these as questions, but... I would like a clarification on if that's a yes, I'm allowed, or if it's a no because someone else already did it.
Can if you want.
Okay, thanks. And he is going to try and analyze and appraise and try and see what all is different.
Yeah, go ahead and give me that. Go ahead and give me that appraisal check.
All right, I am going to be using logic on this. So, mind, logic, appraise.
It's a different form of analyzation. Oof.
Well, I'm gonna body that first.
It's a 3 now.
body it again. All right, now it's a 5, and I'm fine with a 5.
As you begin to kind of look over their body, you do sense that density, though the density is actually even a little bit more than it was before. It seems like additional data has been kind of placed into them. You're not sure if that's because of the change, you're not really too sure why or how, but it does seem like there was more data in them than there was last time. As you're kind of investigating the body itself seems pretty intact. This seems, or at least intact in the sense that it was the same as you saw it last time, but you do get a sense of more data in them than there was. Especially that around that kind of center core area, there seems to be even additional data, and you kind of even see it seems like there's even a third data in there of some sort, but you can't really tell. You don't really know how to recognize what that or who that data is, but you do recognize at least the fact that there is at least a third data, but it's a very thin strand that seems to be more inside their core, cores, if you will. To be like there's a third data in there.
All right. That isn't unexpected to him because he knows that the data density of the torso area was even more than twice as dense, so there being even more individuals' data in there is unsurprising. But he is going to be taking very, very, very detailed notes on this, about as good as he can. Because he doesn't know if any of this is stuff that was or was not previously seen by Asher. So, full detail. Just in case.
You have enough notes to begin to ask at least you have notes to follow up.
Yeah. Okay. Actual question then. How aware are you of the times between when you're aware and when Arcus is in control?
I speak a little bit closer to your mic.
I wasn't aware during the last one, but the previous ones, yeah.
Okay, so something probably changed there. And since when have you been in the current predicament?
Asher's ire is raising.
Well, it isn't like you gave him a full rundown, so he's re-asking questions. Well,
yeah, but he was very clear. Yes or no questions only.
Yeah, but it's really hard to ask, hey, when did this happen in a yes or no format?
At least not without blowing through all three of his questions. Did it happen here? No. No. Did it happen here? No. Did it happen here?
You feel the strange sense of you just feel a strange sense of something watching you ethereally.
Riv doesn't care.
Like 2 to 3 months ago.
Okay, so 2 to 3 months ago, something changed fairly recently that meant that he wasn't. Okay, I can't really ask any more questions about it. I am the team's researcher, so if you want to tell me anything that might be esoteric or otherwise unbelievable, I'm probably the person you should tell it to. Because I have seen a lot of actually kind of pretty crazy things.
Weird. And Volker is just gonna think for a minute. know, in the ruins there was a strange mural. Depicted a warrior of some sort fighting against a large, I don't know, strange looking thing.
Okay. And when you said the ruins, the only ruins that I know Arcus has been in at least. Okay, so he is just like taking down as many notes as possible. He would normally be asking a lot of clarifying questions, but he isn't able to right now. But he is like, you know, sort of like nodding along and like absolutely letting Fulgur continue as much as possible.
Found a loophole.
Riv, you're
You're
not
supposed
wearing a fishing hat.
You're supposed to be coming in here to reintroduce yourself to Furry to make them feel better.
Yeah. And how else is Riv supposed to reintroduce himself? What other way would be as Riv-esque as possible? Than trying to see what's wrong, offering help, and because he was gonna, like, when he was done with this, he was gonna do like one other thing, but you know, what better reintroduction to Riv could there be?
This is pure undiluted rib. Well, technically he's suppressed because he's trying not to ask too many questions, but this is how Rib is.
Yep. So would Fulgur continue on anything, or is he looking pretty done?
Looks like he's
He
still.
was for.
Yeah, it looks like he's still thinking on things, but.
Riv, you're gonna burn out the poor brain cell that Fulgur needs. They only have 2 in there.
No, he needs to have at least 3, because I think he has more brain cells than Arcus, and Arcus has more than 1 brain cell. He has at least 2.
Also, Riv, I think, do you have one single question left, I think?
No, because when he walked in, he immediately asked a question.
By
You
accident.
feel like your allotted question quota has been met, unfortunately.
Yeah, which is why he's been hesitating and finding ways to word things to get information that doesn't involve a technical question. Well, no, Rib just wait for Fulgur to either think of the thing that he's trying to think of, or otherwise look like he's given up on it.
Maybe. Distorted? Gang?
Okay, distorted.
And, Zerda, could I roll Arcus's lore to see if he remembers anything else?
Yeah, go ahead. Thanks to Asher's. Technically, this is thanks to Asher's help. So, yeah.
Oof.
Combo.
They got that. They got it. You would be able to. You recall. I would say what you recall from that is You don't remember the artifact in particular, at least immediately, but you remember there was a 10-sided pattern on the floor in a giant meeting hall. But you don't know
Well,
the significance of it, but you remember that much.
I will say he was trying to remember specifically about the mural in this
Oh, the
case.
mural? Yeah, as that you would remember that at least when guarding with that kind of role, you would remember in the mural that there was, let's see, double check. You remember that there was some sort of giant tree in the background of the mural, and it seemed to play a really great role in the fight, as if the guardian itself was trying to, or the beast was trying to ruin a tree, and the thing that was fighting it was trying to protect the tree.
In the mural, I think the warrior was fighting to protect a tree, while the distorted thing was trying to destroy it, maybe?
Okay, so a tree and then trying to destroy it.
Zerda, I'd like to roll for Doom on Riv.
Can I counter with
What's that
Riv is
you-
currently getting information?
You are next door to that. I'd like to remind you guys, your rooms are next to each other.
Yeah, unfortunately, Jace is going to be playing director here, so I'm hoping they both come out at the same time. There's too many children here. I got to keep them in line. This is not fun.
I'll say as you're writing that down, just because I think that is the cap on that, I do want to just see what Jason and Haboku are doing outside.
All right. Riv would be
Jace,
saying
something-
one thing before he leaves, but yeah,
Oh, yeah,
ahead and
go.
proceed.
Actually, no, if you're gonna, yeah, we'll go ahead and see what you're gonna leave first, because Fulgur is about as much of memory capped as they have at the moment, especially with that last roll. They're out their memory cap.
Okay. Riv is just gonna nod a couple of times, having noted all this down, and then look up at Fulgur and just go, "Okay, thanks a lot for telling me that stuff. I'm going to look into it as much as I can to try and help you and Arcus. My memories are a bit scrambled, but I do remember that Arcus is my friend, and I like to think that that makes you my friend too if you'll accept me as a friend, and I'm going to do my best to help you."
Yeah. Sure. As basically Arcus is still in the blanket. Oh boy. Should I roll for pincushion again?
Yeah. Give me a percentile.
Just see how pincushioned it is.
You're holding it to your back. It's like you're stretching the cloth, but you haven't, because you're calm at least enough, you're not like pushing it through the cloth.
Okay.
It is stretching it though.
And Riv is going to give a friendly wave before leaving.
What have Haboku and Jace been talking about this whole time as you guys are out there with the coffee at the meeting table?
Jace would have just been sipping coffee. Go ahead, Haboku.
Haboku probably would have sat surprisingly quietly for a change, but then he'd probably get curious and ask about the medical stuff that Jace had picked up.
You mean Asher has picked up?
No, you picked up the saw. He's talking about the saw you picked up.
Oh. Thought you were around for that. We're just gonna cut away a problem. It's fine.
Get away a problem?
Yeah.
You're getting a confused head tilt from Haboku.
Haboku will get the head pats. Something happened last night.
Well, Arcus and I were checking on Riv.
Yeah, when I was taking care of Kotora. Something took control of my arm and decided to cut me and use my own blood to write a message, so... Turns out my glitched arm might have been a tool for a very long time, and I wouldn't have even known.
You can see a look of genuine horror or steadily crossing Haboku's features.
Oh, settle down. It'll be fine.
Are you? That doesn't sound fine.
It will be.
Someone used your arm to hurt you.
Yeah, and that's why we're gonna remove it. That's not happening again.
Haboku doesn't look happy. Hey about that. But yet at the same time, it's like he is slowly coming to understand it, especially with everything that's happening.
We glitched Mon to have enough issues. Pats your head. We don't need this thing causing more issues. Focus on you all. You're all young.
I just saw Wizard to put it in chat. Haboku will give Eva a solemn nod. I wish I could help.
Help others first. I'm old. Like 50 or something. I don't know, time kind of loses meaning after you don't have access to a calendar for several years. I might be in my 60s. Ugh.
Haboku just had tilts again. I don't know how old I am.
Yeah, I wouldn't concern yourself about it. Age is just a number until you get old like me. And it's a constant reminder that you've lived a long life and you're an idiot child. And he starts to stare off into space. And you're gonna turn gray soon. And all your joints hurt. Shakes his head. I'm okay.
If you say so. But if you need help, I'm always here.
Yeah, we'll see. By the way, when the doors open, I'm gonna send you in to say hi to. I don't remember what name was given to our new friend, I guess, who is our old friend but our new friend, and I'm gonna shove Riv into the medical office, I guess, for now. That's what I'm gonna call it. Yes.
Yeah. Also, I would like to imagine that Riv and Kotora just came out at the same time, even if things didn't went for long enough in both of them.
I mean, it was about as with each time. It's a similar enough time.
Oh, when it happens, Jace is just gonna shout, "Riv, into that room, medical checkup." Haboku, go on. Kotora, come sit with me.
Yeah. Also, my headphones just died for a moment. What you guys said?
You're gonna go sit by Jace.
Yeah. Okay. Kotora nods and he waves at Riv.
Yep, Riv will wave back.
That room right there, Riv. Asher's doing medical checkups.
All right, Riv will go in.
Go on,
Yeah,
Haboku, go
Haboku.
say hi to the person.
Oh,
Here.
Fogger. Yeah, I
Folder.
will.
Not you, Kotora. Haboku.
Oh, okay.
You sit for a moment. You've been running around.
Okay, yeah. But yeah, but that's his name.
Okay. Haboku will go inside.
Question for people. Do we want to leave it here, or do we have the energy to even do another 2 scenes? How's people feeling?
I can go for a bit longer.
I'm
go.
planning to go for quite a few more hours, so either
I
way.
can go for a bit. I can go for a bit longer myself. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good for a while.
Okay.
I'm good.
That's okay with you?
Yeah, I'll be fine.
Okay, well, like I said, it'll be between Haboku. Actually, Haboku and Viv, both give me a percentile to see which scene goes first. Oof. Haboku, give me a percentile.
It didn't go inside the box.
Oh, 78. No, you were gonna be second. Viv, your worst enemy has arrived. The personal medical treatment of Asher.
Oh,
He
boy.
asks you questions.
Riv normally likes getting asked questions.
I don't know if this will be the case at this time. Viv, you glide your way into, kind of half glide, half move your way into the room with Asher as you shut the door, and you just see Asher's.
So I heard something about medical checkup thing.
Yes, get on the bed.
Okay. He will just flap up to the bed.
Okay, so clearly things are happening. I understand that you have issues with your memory right now, though.
Yeah, although I made sure the first thing I double checked was a lot of the more recent stuff. So if you try asking me things that happened like 2 or 3 months ago, that'll be a lot harder. But for the past couple of days, I'm mostly fine on that. I thought that I messed up when it came to the whole Fulgur thing because I didn't remember him at all. So I kind of thought that I completely misplaced my memories of him, and but I didn't. He's just
Okay,
new.
so in that case, I guess we'll make this pretty quick because I can't get a proper medical history on you.
Yeah, I remember some stuff from a while ago. It's just, if you ask me about the last couple months, that's going to be harder.
I'm going to be asking about things throughout your life, so we'll wait for you to finish getting your memories restored. You do have a means of doing that, right?
Oh, yeah, this has happened, so many times.
Gonna definitely have a lot of questions once you do get them all back, but we'll wait for that. For now, I'm going to scan you, I'm going to do a physical checkup, and we'll probably call it good there.
Okay.
Alright, so first off the scan, it's going to tingle, but do not look at yourself. It will cause an existential crisis. Especially in your current state, do not look at yourself. Understood?
Riv is idly considering what an existential crisis is like.
Oh,
For
no.
learning
Oh, no.
purposes.
You have gotten him curious.
But he figures that that's something that he can just get later when they do the full one, so for now, yeah, sure.
Please no selfies during checkup.
Riv is obviously going to think for a second and then just nod. I will say, if you're trying to, fully read his data, that's going to be difficulty 8, my guy.
We talked about it beforehand, and yeah.
Yeah, it's difficulty 8. Just let you know before you roll.
All right.
I forget that. I think you have to put that into the calculation.
I know.
So. Nice catch. Nice catch, Riff. I forgot about that.
Yeah, well, that's what I was letting them know ahead of time.
3. They say, I don't care about your difficulty.
True. Well, actually, technically speaking, the difficulty did matter, because otherwise it would have been 4.
Yeah. What you got in your head for what the 3 would look like?
Well, I need to know if he's going to stick with it first or not.
It's close enough to the end. I'm going to go ahead and do a body boost. I got 1 left.
Not a bad idea.
It's all 1, so you just end up having to like willpower it.
Definitely not.
So what was this about body boost never helping?
Fair enough. So 8.
What was this about body boost never helping there?
If you have some thinking of your own to do, because you got to think about what an 8 looks like, Mister. Difficulty 8.
No, I already know what. I already had this being a progressive thing. I already had progressive SR requirements.
Me just sitting here waiting for Teldarius to just send a notepad file to Zim that's 18 pages long.
I could, but then I wouldn't get to describe it.
Indeed.
What you looking at?
So, first of all, one thing that is very curious is that despite the fact that obviously something just happened and everything got scrambled, everything outside of his core looks completely normal. There are obviously some signs of, like, some minor prior injuries and, like, little blemishes you're able to find. That's pretty easy to see and honestly probably pretty expected, considering Riv has admitted to going into very dangerous ruins multiple times. Now, the interesting part happens the moment you start looking at his core. Because, first of all, it's very hard initially to actually make out what's going on inside the core. Although that very quickly starts to fade away as you're able to start realizing what's going on. Because the reason that it was so hard to actually determine what was going on is because the inside of Riv's core is glitched but missing nothing. There is very obvious signs that there is not just glitch data, that there is an active glitch going on inside of his core that is completely integrated and melded with his core. So technically speaking, there's nothing missing, and if you were just doing a cursory glance, nothing would look wrong, because according to Riv and his core right now, nothing is wrong. But you can see the very faint seams where it looks like he has been meshed with something.
Very interesting.
And this is not passive glitch data, it is active. Which again is interesting, because according to your results, Riv is missing nothing.
And he's not going to bother asking anything because, well, Riv's brain is all jumbled up right now. So, he's going to try and see if he can trace the source.
There is no external sources.
I will definitely
no active data links.
I will definitely have some questions for you after you've got your head back together. But for now, we're gonna have to let this one rest.
Go back to
Okay,
bed.
so is
scrub your
that it,
title.
or? who should I send in next?
Next, go ahead and send in Haboku.
Okay. Because I think he was getting sent to talk to Fulgur. So if he's not out yet, who do you want next?
Well, I've already done Jace multiple times. I don't think I need to do it again right now. And I've already got another appointment scheduled with him for later today anyways.
Okay, so I'll just wait for Haboku to get out then. Got it.
Yep. I will need to do something with Arcus once he's back around. I've got about all I can out of Fulgur. Also, here are the notes, and he's just going to transfer it over to your datapad.
Yep, Riv will go ahead and transfer back the notes that he took.
Give me a percentile die, Asher. 41. As you are kind of like holding out your valve dock essentially, as you're kind of like with Riv and the like, you get another pinged message on your valve dock, and it's a audible enough ping, but it's that same notification message ping that you got before.
He's gonna check it.
Riv is freezing in the middle of leaving.
The message just reads, thank you so much for contacting me, please. I can, if once you can prove who you are, I want to help, if you can help me, I would be greatly appreciated.
He's gonna
I'm
type
looking for help.
back. Just send coordinates. We'll be there in about a day.
So he says, yes, do you have any proof that you are part of the, well, those hunting people?
No, but do you want the help or no?
Yeah, looks, he says, I'll get back with those coordinates.
And he puts it away and sits back to wait for Haboku.
Riv has not left the room. He is frozen.
Is something wrong, Riv? Did I miss something?
Hey, important question.
Yes?
Do they have a local network here?
As far as you're aware, Asher, no, they do not.
Not that I'm aware of. But I guess they just are within range and, are able to send them along.
No, do not. Ignore them. Never respond to their messages.
Why?
Because they are going to lie to you. Just don't believe their messages. Ignore them. If there's an app that appeared, try to delete it. And Riv looks extremely serious and more than a little bit frightened.
I will take that under advisement. In that case, if Haboku's not ready yet, send Jason.
Don't take it under advisement. Don't. Just don't interact with them.
Very well.
Probably shouldn't go onto your thing for a bit. And he's just gonna start leaving the room again.
Dun, dun, dun. I couldn't resist. Haboku and Fulgur, The timid puppy with the timid puppy. How are these two timid, socially awkward people going to get along? Find out now.
Well, Haboku's not timid, though he is just kind of a bit shaken up with everything. And because of that, he will actually be slowly enter the room. Since I believe he was warned that Olger was as a bit more than a bit shy or a bit shaken up.
Yeah.
So Fulgur, you see Lugamon, and that looks a lot more disturbing under a cloak. Hi. You said your name was Fulgar? Well, you didn't say that. They said that.
Yeah.
Hi. Hey, I'm a friend of Arcus. He's really nice.
Yeah. That sure helped me, get some of Arcus's, memories to sort of help fill me in a little.
Give me a percentile die, Fulgur, for Haboku. 10. You actually have it kind of takes a little bit to kind of, as you kind of, measuring out the words Haboku in your, as you're kind of like mouthing those words a little bit, you start to get the almost a lot warmer sensations, especially more than you got for a lot of others, as a lot of the, especially with Arcus being, having more time around Haboku in general, you essentially get a much warmer sense of feeling, it's almost like a nostalgia sense with Haboku, despite not personally meeting them. But it's kind of like almost like having a nostalgia feeling with them, as you have like the memories of Arcus, and it feels less like a friend telling you about them, and more like something that you experienced with them. But it's not a memory, it's more of a feeling, as you kind of have the feelings of more ups and downs with Haboku, with a more internal feeling than exactly just a memory alone. It's more personal.
Yeah, you're, definitely Arcus's friend.
Oh, yeah. I'm glad that you realize that. If it's not too much to ask, did the glitch get you?
Originally.
Was there more than that? I only got originally.
Yeah, he just said originally.
Okay. Sorry you had to go through that.
It's Arcus is the one now affected.
Sorry that you both have to deal with that. worry. Hey, Haboku will once again try to put up his strong front. I'm sure we all can try to help you too.
Yeah.
Is it possible for you? I like talk with Arcus like this, or is it?
He shakes his head. Arcus is unable to know about me.
You just get the most saddest puppy look from Haboku. Is it like he should know, or is it like something stopping him?
The glitch in his memory core.
I see. Is it alright if Haboku kind of gestures, if it's okay if he can move closer?
Yeah.
Okay. Upon being permitted, he will just give Gar a friendly look to the face.
He's gonna be a little surprised, but sort of having that feeling about from like Arcus and before. It's not like really surprised reaction. It's just a little bit. Thanks.
You're welcome. Anything for a friend. And don't worry, hey, you're not alone.
Yeah.
Okay, I think you want to meet the everyone else now.
Yeah.
Well, technically, everyone else out of character is Jace, just Jace, I believe.
It's just Jace.
Yeah.
Well, I guess technically Kotora hasn't exactly gotten his turn. He was the first one to meet him, but he didn't get to really do much.
You're the first one to care about them. That's what matters.
Suppose so.
Haboku will nod and exit the room to go retrieve Jace.
I guess the question is who gets there first.
Give a dice off. Give me 2 percentiles on Riv and Jace.
Riven Haboku, you mean?
I said yeah, that's fair. Yeah, Riv and Haboku. So you were finished first. That's ever so close. Riv, you did finish first.
All right,
Again.
and I
You
guess
came first and you finished first.
understandable. So with that in mind, he looks around, doesn't see Haboku, So he just looks over at Jason and goes, Asher wanted to talk with you.
Okay. Jay stands up, sets down or finishes off his coffee, then we'll walk in.
Kotora waves at Jace.
Go have a seat, Riv.
He will.
Did it go well? Kotora's just gonna ask Rib.
Maybe.
I see. Fair enough. Man, there's a man there. We're go. I feel like our trip back to Kansas is going to be a long one.
So, Jace, when you walk in, Asher's just going to pull up the messages and hand his Valve doc to you. And I already sent you the messages that, other than the ones that Zerda said out loud.
Jace blinks a little bit and goes, "Where'd this come from?"
I got that message when I was on my way to the Mushroomon farm.
How?
It just popped in.
That's strange.
I mean, I get random messages here and there.
Well, I know you do, but not oftentimes begging for help.
Well, yeah, and not in the middle of nowhere, but...
And the last time that happened, it's just text. I can't exactly read between the lines. I don't know about this one, buddy. It could be a plea for help, but it could also be, a trap.
I mean, it could be, but... I feel like we should still go take a look.
We'll talk about it as a group, buddy. I'm going to set the bag down for Asher of the stuff I bought.
That's for your arm?
Yeah.
Alright, we'll get to that after I've done the physical on Haboku.
Yeah. I'm sorry to ask you to do this, buddy.
I'd rather make sure it's done right. You might want to go downstairs and get plenty drunk.
Yeah, I was just gonna wait until after I was done speaking with Fulgar. There we go. I got it.
Fulgur.
Fulgar.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Yeah. Anywhere you want to do it in specific? I know that it's messy.
I was thinking probably down in that secret area.
Sounds good to me. All right. I'll speak to Fulgur and then I'll head down and just come and get me whenever. At least you finally get to amputate somebody I know you wanted to for some reason.
I wanted to see what it is, I wanted to do it for research, but not like this.
Jace just kind of shrugs and goes, "Now, most of your research has been done sewing me up, so I don't know what you expect."
I definitely think I'm going to be going for some extra books when we get back to town.
Yeah, I'm going to be needing new weapons. Well, we'll figure that out, pats your head. I'm going to go sit out there and have another cup of coffee.
He sighs and nods.
Does the cute thing, kisses your forehead. And Jace will head out.
And Haboku will be out there too as well. They'll be coming out the same time as you, Jace.
Oh, cool. High five, Haboku.
The last time with it.
All right, Haboku. Your turn in there, and I'm going to go and talk to Fulgur.
Okay.
Haboku will nod and enter the room with Asher.
We just cross the hallway, walk into each other's doors, closing behind us.
Okay, it is 1 o'clock now. We can start the next session with this to kind of get a recap of kind of what's going on. Or do you got time for the one last one? It really is up to you guys. Energy levels drop really fast.
I think we should go ahead and call it.
Yeah, so
No, it's good.
and then we
Yeah.
can do the sorry stuff next session. Also,
I'll
you
make
guys.
this Maui.
Also, you guys are going to get about 4 days minimum downtime inside the city when you guys get back, and that's most likely going to happen next session. So just kind of give a heads up as thinking of what you'll do with an actual amount of cash over the course of about 4-ish days.
Is that
4
for
days
Sasha,
of
or-
Digifinder.
This it'll be 4. Everyone spends like 15 minutes to tell me what they do over 4 days.
And this is for in Sasha or Kinzo?
Yeah, this would be in the session. This will be in Kinzo, the actual capital. Because you'll make your way back to the main capital, and then when you make your way back to the main capital, you'll have 4 days of rest before any next missions are given out, as a mandatory rest period between missions.
Right.
Also, it helps inflate the economy with gold that buys for the economy, while you guys are spending all that during the 4 days you're in town. That's a secondary reason.
No, ma'am.
All right. Well, thank you everybody for joining us today for Data Anomaly Hunter's Scar. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We got links for our Discord, Telegram, Mastodon, Blue Sky, Patreon, and more. They're on the website as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, tippers, and subscribers. It is your support that keeps this channel alive and going. I cannot do this without your guys' help and your support, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It's one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by sharing the stream around, as well as coming by, hanging out, grabbing some merch over at zgfgaming.store, commissioning one of the artists that I manage for, or by using our Humble Bundle partner link. But for now, thank you so much for joining, and I bid you all the most fondest adieu.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Oh well.
Bye.